Hello everybody, sorry for the time of running out and being a little late in terms of talking. I was just getting things sorted out for us. The good news is, as soon as I start talking right here, we're actually ready to go in-game. Our players are vetoed up and we're pretty much set to just start off, so we're pretty much just good to go. So, sad news, wasn't here for the timer ending. Good news, happy news, is that we are here for the game starting. So hello, how are we all doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello, hello. Had a lot to catch up on this one, as my stream's not 100% set to go. I did a couple of things. You all doing well? Let's cast some StarCraft 2. It's WardiTV Mondays. Let's go and cast some StarCraft 2. We're going to have a PvP to start the day. Looked like a juicy one from the round of 16. In the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss player from Team Liquid is Skillus. And the top left, our red Protoss is going to be Nightmare from Streamer Zone. Hello, everybody, and welcome Hub to Kabul for the 44-month resub. 44 hectomonths. Oh, yeah, thank you so much for the prime. Zergberger 007, 26-month resub. What up? Happy Wardy Monday. Hell yeah, let's do it. Thank you so much for the 26 months, and thank you so much to Sinister for the 2-month resub. Welcome back. Good to see you all. Happy to have you with us. Hope everyone is having a good day. Yeah, welcome. Hello. I'm just getting back into it. I was away for the weekend, so I've not been here. I got back last night late and come on this morning and been just sorting a couple things out, getting some admin work done, etc. And just getting us back on track in general. So, yeah, hello. I'm a little bit frazzled, but that's okay. We've got some good games coming up today in the WardiTV Mondays. The bracket is kind of looking as it has done in the last couple of weeks, honestly. You know, we've got our Clem and MaxPax, Skillus in terms of non-Korean representatives. We've got a lot of great Korean players as well. Shin, the only Zerg, I think, in the bracket today. No Solar, no Dark, no Rogue. That's maybe a little bit of a sad part, but we will have some very good TVPs, I imagine, coming up. We're going to start this one on the PvP. This is already round of 16, I believe. A lot of other players starting off in the round of 32, or certain players starting in the round of 16 don't have matches yet. So if we cast this, we might be able to grab another round of 16 matchup afterward as well. The bracket is available in the chat. I'll show it on the screen when we have some downtime between games or so. But for now, we're going to focus up and have a look to see what happens PvP-wise as we get things underway and started up and all of that wonderful stuff. So hope you're all having a wonderful day. As we got ourselves settled into action, just going to be having ourselves a probe, nibbling at another probe there. We have the pylon coming up, a couple of stalkers, and the warp gate coming through as well. All of that continue to come in. Well, now as that probes continue to chase other probes down. And yeah, we settle ourselves into this one. Excited to see what comes out of this. The first matchup that I actually think could go any which way as well. Ain't no guarantees on this if you ask me. Skillus and Nightmare both very good. Nightmare I think has been exceptionally good lately, honestly, if I have to be completely frank. I feel like he's probably the favorite. He's just been playing some really good StarCraft 2 lately, so that's been really cool to see as our Nexus drops down on the natural. And that's going to be true on both sides of the map, so both players expanding. Two Stalkers already fighting two Stalkers here. We're going to go for the one-on-one Stalker trade. The continuation will be decent, but of course what Nightmare's trying to do is just get Skillus stuck, because he has other Stalkers catching up, and that's where Skillus will get outnumbered. Skillus builds sentries after his Stalkers, and that is why he's not going to be able to join up himself and go and continue this fight. So he actually loses one extra Stalker there, and now Nightmare, two Adepts as well, get into a very aggressive continuation. We will see the Robo Facility coming down from Skillus. Very safe way of playing from Skillus, while his opponent sets up for that Twilight Council, that blink, and already with Stalkers over here winning out in numbers, going to be pressure on the map as well. So it's going to start pinging that pylon. We shouldn't really be able to get too much more done here. That'd be kind of crazy if we got a lot out of this. It's just going to continue to go back and forth a little while as our Stalkers continue to ping onto the pylon. Pylon will go down. That is going to be a nice little grab. More force fields come in. A couple of Adepts are going to show up. And a couple of Adepts coming back over. Sentries and the Stalkers continue to gather in together. And we just hold out this position, as these couple of Adepts are going to go at it once again. Going to start coming straight through. Actually going to try and shade on top of the couple of units there, at least threatening to. Again, Nightmare just keep up this pressure, as continue to build, aggressive units. That's some good force fields, though. This time we're going to get the Stalker, we're going to get those couple of Adepts. Pull that Stalker to the high ground as well, and that's another unit saved from Skillus, and these defenses starting to look a little bit better. Finally getting some use out of the sentries, and here's the Immortal to really save the day. A shame we didn't have any force fields trap Stalkers in when that Immortal was there, because that would have been an extremely good trade. Just having our Stalkers stepping backwards. Prism coming around, a couple more probes continuing through. Stalkers continue to chase away out over on the edges. Let's see, one force field actually does go down, so you get a little catch. Blink is about to be done. That's obviously going to make the army here from Nightmare much better. Skillus has to be a little careful not to overextend onto the map with that Blink finishing, especially with that Prism. You don't want to just give that away. That would be a disaster. You can actually get caught in some force fields there. The Prism does get away low HP. We're going to have to be careful. We are forcing defensive Blinks at the very least, so that's some good news. Some little bit of positivity in amongst that, as we otherwise just continue to settle into this. Sorry, excuse me. The Stalkers and our sentries gathering back up, and again, Immortal popping out another one from Skillus at home. Finally now getting his Twilight Council and his Forge on the way up. So again, that Twilight Council and Forge brought through. A couple of probes are still on the way in as well. Just a lot of little bits and pieces continue to be established for now. Stalkers continue out over the right-hand side. Just going to come pushing across here. As well, as we just have, obviously, with the Blink, you have the map control and the ability to kind of control the areas and so on. So we're going to try and do that as best we can. The Stalkers continue to gather up, push towards the natural. There's 3 Immortals, though, and so the Stalkers are not going to win a straight-up fight at the front, but what Nightmare can do is take map control and take this third base. Prism is around for Skillus, so he has some map control of his own, but there's units here as well, so this is not going to go very far just yet. Good defense all around. Good position so far. Well, Stalkers pulling up to the top, and we do have Immortals and Sentries joining up on the natural. The Stalkers in position to try and keep that Prism stuck in a little bit of a corner. Our +1 attack and Blink continue through on the side of Skillus. The +1 attack starting up from Nightmare, so those upgrades are going to be even. Of course, when Skillus gets the Blink, he'll have those Immortals still in his army. Then his army composition starts to look very good. Nightmare has not gone into charge. He's going into Immortal production of his own. Very much so playing catch-up, because he's going to be on 3 Immortals as well. It's funny, they're going to end up at the same end point, just with obviously having gone very different routes to get there. That's interesting that they're both going to end up on 3 Immortals and Blink specifically, I think. Obviously, one side's decided to stop making the Immortals, the other side's decided to kind of go the other way on that. We'll just see our units continue to gather up here for a couple of moments, hanging out and hanging around. A couple of force fields will start to come in as well, so drop a couple of those down, as you are going to be seeing this commitment in. Force fields, Stalkers around the back are going to get rid of the Prism, so that's already an issue. Now these Immortals are going to try and get involved as well. One Immortal going down. Skillus with no micro potential here. He got really messed up by these force fields. Them 3 force fields down here kept the 3 Immortals away. And I'm not sure what Skillus saw to decide to jump on that, but that was just not the fight in the slightest, as Nightmare is going to take game number 1 of this best of 3, and is going to be off to the races. Our Korean player to open up with a first game victory today, guys. So, it's going to be Nightmare. And take down that one. We'll head into game 2 in just a second, a moment or so, while some players check their replays, etc. And we'll get this ready to resume. Alright, guys. Action continuing. Thank you so much for joining us so far today. Appreciate you all being here and yeah, jumping into the stream. Obviously not being live a few days. I was away this weekend. I'm going to be away this coming weekend as well. Now, we are going to be live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm probably not going to be able to stream as unless I go live a little early and sneak something in, but probably just going to take it off. So again, another weekend I'm away this weekend, but then we'll have more action starting next week. Next week, I actually don't know what's going on. I guess I should probably make a tournament. You guys have been great supporting the channel lately. Probably allows us to, yeah. Probably allows us to do a couple of streams next week. Yeah, we should set something up. Maybe WardiTV. I actually don't know. November's kind of empty. Maybe we do some WardiTV, like a bigger WardiTV tournament, like a winter championship or something. Dare I say? So, figure something out though. As what's up, Marcial? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Welcome back as we get ready to go into Nightmare and Skillus game 2. Taking this one off in a moment, guys. Double checking everything's looking the way it should be. Alright, let's head into it. In the bottom right hand side is going to be our red Protoss player. This is... Sorry, our blue Protoss player. This is Skillus. Yo, Terranzoid on the YouTube with a €10 donation. Need more SC2. Don't worry, we're going to be live on the YouTube as well, especially over the next 3 days, actually. We'll be here for the WardiTV October playoffs the next couple of days as well. I guess the only real question mark right now is what we're up to. Kind of maybe go live a little bit earlier on Thursday and do a little bit of something. Not 100% sure about that. But yeah, we'll figure it out, get it sorted. As we get everything rolling here. There's a couple of walkovers coming through, guys, so give me 1 second while I just go and tap a walkover into play. Perfect, alrighty. Well, Golden Aura as a map is a fairly large one. We won last week and there's no data from the semifinals onwards. Really? Wait, on where? On Wikipedia? I can give you a little hack. If you take the bracket link from today and change the 7 to a 6, that will give you last week's bracket. That's crazy though, if Wikipedia isn't updated. That might be the first time ever. Cybercore coming up, second gateway coming through. And get ourselves settled into this for the moment. We continue to get into play. Again, the gate, the cybercore, all of that coming in for now. Gonna see this probe pulling over to the sides as well. And yeah, a couple of gateways continue to come through for the moment. There's 2 Adepts versus 2 Stalkers, so a little bit of a difference in approach here from the very get-go. It is already fairly notable. The extra Stalkers of Skillus on the way up from those gateways as well, so just bringing those straight through. Single probe scouting around. Something we're trying to obviously keep track of a little bit there and try and get rid of that probe. We knocked that down already, so probe will fall. And a couple Stalkers, a couple of Adepts coming over. Gonna have our probe go down to the low ground and a few Adepts of Nightmare. And we'll take position, get ready to try and come into play here in the near future and see if they can make something of an impact. Already these 2 Stalkers going to get a little catch, and the Adept is already going to get chased away. That goes over. Just going to be seeing the probe taking a little bit of damage. A couple of Adepts continue through as well. And 2 more Adepts coming out. The Warp Gate is coming through also. Continue to get that going. And Robo Nexus, Twilight Nexus. Gonna be seeing Nightmare going to be the player going for the Robo this time, while Skillus goes for the Twilight. It's funny because obviously it was the other way around last time, but then they all ended up in a very similar and comfortable position anyway. Just the issue that kind of became of it all was that, yeah, Skillus really just took a bad fight, and here Skillus gets in early. He's going to get rid of a bunch of probes, so 8 workers going down. Apologies, guys. Had an issue on the other PC, and I did not see those stalkers get in originally. So 8 probes go down, though, so very good little bit of fighting done there. Good bit of damage found initially. Some steps very much so in the correct direction. Having these other few units now hanging around, the stalkers and the sentries pulling back up towards the top as well. Going to be hanging back over there for the moment. Waiting to see what our next stage of this will kind of become for the next little while. Again, just going to be having a couple pros going down as these adepts get in, so that's going to be 3 workers dropping over on this side. So some damage done over here. They're going to shade back to the right-hand side, get another probe kill. Stalkers and sentries gathering about as well currently. Stalker and the sentry still gathering. More stalkers moving about. A couple of stalkers coming up as well. I'm just going to go on a little bit of a movement there. Still chasing, a couple sentries coming around, the other stalkers coming about also. I'm just going to have ourselves force fields going down. That sentry going to start taking some damage. A couple more shots coming about. There's a lot of units here from Skillus. Obviously killed a lot of workers early. Great force field plus the super battery able to withstand and push back on that for the moment. So that's actually all down to just good control of that fight from Nightmare. That was not necessarily guaranteed to be going the way it ended up. You know, Stalker's going to get in and start to fight once more. Have a lot of stalkers just going down. Skillus might just have enough power here to see this through to victory, and he will. GG's, and we are going to see a 3rd game and our very first matchup of the day. Love to see that. That's always a big plus as we get ready to come in for more. Alrighty, guys, let's get ourselves into a game 3 of this matchup. We get this underway. I mean, Nightmare took a lot of damage. Probably try and take a couple of risks to get back into it, and so the attack is doubling down in terms of pain. So there we go. Alrighty, guys, we'll be kicking off in just a moment. And ready to go. Thanks so much for joining us today as Skillus was an invite into Oceanborn. Skillus Nightmare obviously having the round 16 Shin Geralt as well. None of the round of 32 matches finished up yet, apart from the one walkover, so we actually don't have any other matchups coming through there. Again, welcome everybody. If you're enjoying the stream, do hit the follow button on Twitch, but also if you're on the YouTube channel, give that video a like already. If you like the live stream, helps us out massively. If you're watching on Twitch, you want to help us out freely, check out the YouTube and click the like on the video that's on there as well. That's honestly a super easy and free way to help. Always appreciate those as we get ready to jump into Skillus Nightmare game number 3. Deciding map to start us off on this one. Let's get this up and rolling. See what's going to go down. As we have got in the top left corner of the map, our blue Protoss player bringing it back with some early damage dealt. This is Skillus in the top left corner of Oceanborn. Bottom right hand side, our red Protoss player here is Nightmare. Get this underway. See just where things will go. Very exciting. Alright, so game number 3, deciding a map, and we already see a probe moving out onto the map. Obviously, Golden Ore is one of the bigger maps, and obviously that didn't really matter. we're just going to go to the top left then. Nightmare choosing a scout. Skillus does not. At least not just yet. If he scouts, it'll be later. He checks the corner of his natural with a probe that's just gone back into the high ground. Maybe after this second gateway, he'll go and scout as the first probe comes across from Nightmare. We'll see that everything looks pretty normal here. And so we'll now just try and be a little annoying. Probe pulls back over the other direction. Going to reposition here slightly as we get ourselves settled down and everything into place. Probe pulls back one way. Taking a couple of nibbles. Sentry Stalker coming up, Warp Gate coming in, a couple Stalkers are coming about as well. We have the probe nibbling at the other probe for a little bit. But yeah, Sentry Stalker. So again, it's going to be skills to kind of move into the sentries early. That means the hallucinations and the potential scouting. A lot of information that can be gathered there in general as that probe gets pushed away. This other probe goes turning back around. Are these live matches? Yes! This is WardiTV Mondays, played every Monday, 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Well, it's 1 p.m. European time because it'll change when the clocks change as well. But yeah, we're here live every single Monday. Running the cups. And tomorrow and Wednesday we've got live matches as well. We're going to have WardiTV October playoffs. Gumiho versus Oliveira, MaxPax versus Shin, Clem versus Rogue, and Showtime versus Spirit. All best of 5 series happening tomorrow, and then the playoffs, the semi-finals and finals of that will happen on Wednesday. So that's our week of StarCraft 2. Like I say, probably not here on Thursday, definitely not here Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The week after, we're going to go big again. I'm feeling, again, a good few streams in the week after, so make sure to get that going as Warp Gate comes up. The Twilight Council's building up. Twilight Council coming in here from Nightmare as well. A couple sentries in the Warp Gate continue to come through. And this Nexus is going down on the natural hallucination. Just keeping an eye on all that. We actually do see a bit of a fight. A little bit of a low HP Stalker got taken down already. We're going to lose one more sentry here. So 2 sentries so far. The force field kind of helped a little bit, but didn't really net you a kill. And now this is 2 sentries down for Skillus for only a Stalker. I feel as though that could have obviously been better. And now we're going to lose a Stalker as well as Nightmare catches him. His own units reinforcing across the map and going to catch him immediately out of position and off guard. So that is going to be a costly moment right there as well. And I think it's fair to say that is how things really start to unravel here a little bit for Skillus. Now, don't get me wrong, the game's not been done just yet, but it's definitely not a great start. Not what you're usually looking for. Stalkers and sentries pulling back across. Stalker's coming around over here and get in position. The hold back at home. Hallucination going to keep on scouting around, still trying to provide as much information as we can possibly get for the moment, so continuing to work on that for now. Hey, what's up, Skrulich? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the 30-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you very much. Robo facilities on the way through. It's a little bit faster from Nightmare. Definitely had a little bit of a better start of this game. Tell you what, those skills actually up a couple of workers. Third base is a little slower, but yeah, a few workers ahead. Maybe slight differences there in the income. Yeah, last minute or two has been, in general, the income has just been up for Skillus, so help you to make up for some of those losses early, perhaps. And get reset. Hallucination right down the bottom. Extra gateways coming up. The charge and the +1 coming in from Skillus. The robo facility is about to complete. Hallucination continues up the right side again. +1 charge coming up. 6 extra gates coming through. A couple extra probes on the way. Stalkers and knock down the hallucination there. Take a step in the right direction. Wardy, how are you handling these SC2 times? You've heard Roddy asking for more support, but they have 3 people to get Mondays running, and you can make so many more tournaments. I don't know. I just stream. I just stream. People subscribe. People use the Patreon. I run ads. Genuinely helps a lot, I think. And I just, you know, my goal is always to run as much StarCraft 2 as we can so we can keep on streaming, so makes sense. Just, you know, we put a lot of the money we make back into StarCraft tournaments, but that helps us to, you know, gather more money for more tournaments, so I don't know, it's just it's because I guess maybe because my stream's fully focused on running and casting tournaments, we just have a good cycle. You know, it's like a wheel that keeps on rolling, you know. We make an event, you guys like it, you guys support it. We use that to make another event, you guys like it, you guys support it. Another event, you guys like it, you guys, you know, just goes on and on. That's the thing, everyone's stuff works differently. As we are going to see this fight breaking out. Nightmare gets a cancel on the 4th base, has got the fake prism in the main. And yeah, I'm just going to have to back this up. Skillus having to cancel the 4th, a little annoying for him, but I mean, the fact he's still just going to be alive here is probably reasonable. Remake the 4th, and you're still in this game very much so. Zero Rolling Boy, thank you so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you so much and welcome back. Curious how many tournaments I've held in total? Yeah, I mean, I actually wonder this sometimes as well. I mean, you can obviously... The thing is, it's such a hard thing to track, because then it's like... Some tournaments are like... I mean, what do you actually track? Like, amount of tournaments? Maybe prize money in tournaments? Because there's obviously, it's like, you can run a weekly event for $100 every week, but is that the same as running a big event? I've thought about this myself in terms of, like, maybe one day we'll go back and count up everything that's just documented on Wikipedia. Actually, it'd be quite a bit. Anyways, just going to be seeing our... Zealots and Archons and Immortal is going to go whacking straight away onto this set of rocks, so we are going to see those rocks going down pretty much immediately. Observer sets up over on the side, the pylon coming back through. And +2 attack on both sides. Temple Archives is coming up as well, setting that up in the main base. Now Skillus will get to the high ground here. Another Prism sets up to push forward. And Skillus going to come in for a fight. Let's see how this goes for him. He's going to be massively outnumbered in Zealots. He's got a few Archons. They can go a long way in terms of dealing splash to get through the opposing Zealots, but he just needs Zealots of his own. He's desperate for another Zealot warp in. I actually think if Skillus had like 10 more Zealots here, I know that's like 20 supplies, so it's a big difference in general, but his army's way better if he has the buffer. But because this is sheer numbers from Nightmare, that's just going to be good enough. I actually think if Skillus was playing defensively in this scenario, he'd be fine, because he's got the tech units to, like, you know, take an okay fight. Like I say, he just doesn't have the buffer to go running into his opponent. You can see here, it actually does turn out to be okay-ish for Skillus, right? I mean, his opponent warps a Knight Templar. He cancels the warp and he'll go back home and warp in instead. But I mean, the supply isn't terrible for Skillus. It just... He didn't necessarily have enough to go fighting, and I think that's the issue. Like I say, his tech units carried him quite heavily here. That's all well and good, but if your tech units are going to carry you, you need to make sure that you've got the support for those tech units so they don't just get blasted down. So Stalker, Archon, Immortal gathering up, continue to get back into the middle again. 4 High Templars, a couple of additional Zealots continue to come through, the extra gateways coming online as well. And as we have an Archon just going to morph in. 6 more Zealots. Just getting warped in here as well. We are going to be seeing the other Archon or so down on the bottom side. Prism loads up and goes out over to the far right. Fifth Nexus comes into the front, and that's where Skillus will maybe try and defend, but this isn't ideal because now he's kind of cut off to the left-hand side. He's not got any batteries over there, so... And this is a fight where there's many more tech units for Nightmare. This time he's got a bunch of Archons available, so that's going to help a lot. Warping comes through. Can Skillus get some additional units into this fight? 4 Archons to the 2, still favoring Nightmare. Now 4 to 1, 3 to 1. Extra Zealots show up, and that's just going to be the issue. The Zealots not going to be dealt with at all here, and I think Skillus is just going to lose this game. It's been very close, honestly, as he is killing some probes on the other side. It's been pretty close at times, but he just doesn't have the better army at the end of the day, and that's going to be what ends up costing him in a big way. Nexus ends up being cancelled here. Not really much else to do about that now. And yeah, RoboBear coming online, the 7 extra Zealots coming online as well. All of that continuing to come up. But Nightmare is securing himself. Let's just have the other units coming back around over to the right side. I'm going to just reposition a few Zealots, go up to the top, a few Stalkers as well. Archons continue to get ready to push in. Ready for one attack straight into this 4th base. We're going to charge up Zealot Stalker. Archon going to activate. Pylon goes down immediately. The couple of Zealots coming in from the left-hand side. Another Zealot getting taken out there. The Archon is going to get taken out as well. The Zealots continue to push forward. Skillus has a Disruptor. In fairness, the way this game went, maybe Disruptors were the answer for him, just in terms of it could maybe bring him back. At this point, at the very least, right? Maybe it's the unit that can bring you back, because you're not going to win a fight when your opponent just has the same units as you, but more of them. So the idea of a Disruptor maybe in this case wasn't bad. It's just, it's too far gone for the Disruptor to actually be able to save the day. GG's. That's going to round up our round of 16 matchup here as Nightmare moves on through 2-1 over Skillus and into the round of 8. Our first round of 8 player of the day. Gumiho playing Cure. Wonder if that plays Hero or Battle Beam. Beyond still waiting for Estraya or Sheep apparently to finish up. That'd be kind of maybe a fun one if we got Beyond Estraya. MaxPax waiting for Rex or T-Ball. Trap playing Creator. Shin playing Geralt. Clem will play the winner of Rebellion and Lunacy, so those guys are in game right now. The winner of that plays Nightmare. I kind of like the maybe the Estraya Beyond matchup. If Estraya and Sheep finish up soon, I'm not sure if there's anyone in game on that or anything or anything at all, but sounds like a pretty fun matchup, does it not? I wonder if the Cranky Ducklings on the Estraya game. No, they're in Trap Creator. Rex is obviously playing his own game. What's in new casting? Nothing just yet. I think I would really like to see the potentially the Beyond Estraya matchup. Like I say, it might not be Estraya, but you would kind of expect it. Who's Hero playing? Oh, Hero's playing Battle Bee. Okay, so that's going on as well. Alright, alright. How economy works here for a streamer, if it makes sense to continue. I mean, from our point of view, guys, I mean, just to broadly answer this, is that basically, like, the biggest issue I would have with being a StarCraft 2 streamer is if the players stop playing, right? Because I cast players, and you guys like watching good players. So my biggest concern is that my tournaments and the other tournaments the community put on aren't enough to keep people playing. And if that's the case, then I'm in trouble, right? Which is why it would be really nice if we had a big circuit to keep people playing. The offset to that is that people are probably going to play to some extent anyways. It might just not be the best quality StarCraft. And there's a very loyal fan base as well. So I just don't see there never being like a player base and tournaments and stuff. But that's why we are running events like this, to make it more alluring, to keep people playing while we're waiting for more news on the side of ESL, eSports World Cup or whatever, to hopefully announce a circuit, and then everyone's like, yeah, let's keep playing StarCraft, and then we keep running extra tournaments on top of that, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. We are just waiting, like I said, I feel like I'd like to see where the Estraya Sheep matchup is. Do I have Estraya on friends? Yeah, he's in a custom game for 8 minutes. Okay, so maybe we wait on that. I'm surprised they haven't finished that matchup yet, but maybe they just started a little bit late or something along those lines. Yeah. All right. So Estraya is in game. I am very tempted just to wait for that Estraya matchup, guys. I think it's probably the best round of 16 we get into. I'm assuming that Estraya is likely going to be the winner of the match and would set up versus Bjorn. I guess that's a little bit of an assumption there. Oh, my YouTube chat just died. All right, let's bring that back. Sorry. Let's see what's going on in the YouTube chat. It'd be funny if Archons got stronger when attacked by another Archon and attacked back without taking any damage. Well, they absorb the energy and they send it back. Chuckateets. When is the tournament with Cold and Jachi gonna happen? Honestly, like, I cannot build you a time machine. I don't even know, like, how many years ago did Jachi last play StarCraft 2? Did he even play StarCraft in the times of Aligulac? I'm gonna guess like 2013. He actually has a result in 2018. GSL qualifier. I don't remember that at all. 2018 Jachi? He played like a handful of matches in 2018. In 2017 he played some stuff. I guess that makes sense. He played some WardiTV weeklies in 2017 too. He played quite often in 2017 still, okay. So he was playing actively in 2017 still, a little bit in 2018. And that's crazy to think about. You go back like... Yeah. You go... Well, I mean, I guess it's 7 years ago now, but you go back 7 years and Jachi was active. To me, it feels like Jachi was active like 10 plus years ago. Thanks for keeping the game alive. No worries. There's a lot of people keeping the game alive. As always, keep on supporting, keep on watching. Check out all the different places to watch people at and follow them and subscribe to them and stuff. Whether that's me, Roddy, Steadfast, anyone that's running these events and keeping StarCraft active, Pig. Well, Pig's partnered up with someone to do the Monday night event, I think. So yeah, go out and support your StarCraft streamers, guys. Use them Prime subs. You guys know the drill, right? Use them Prime subs and all of that goodness. Yeah, that's what we're going for. Flash is gonna try to play competitive of StarCraft 1. Will she try SC2 again? The difference is Flash is already at a natural level, just a god in StarCraft 1. A natural level in StarCraft 2, he'd probably be below the middle line. Yeah, I'm looking at my schedule, guys. Like, next week is like a little empty right now, and then like November is just very empty up until Home Store. There's just not much going on. We haven't really confirmed WardiTV Mondays yet for November. I still have to talk to some of our partners. Of course, shout out Loco TV, Winter Gaming, and OSC for helping us to make sure that these Monday events have continued over the last few weeks already. Yeah. So I'm just looking at it. I think we should maybe run something in November, like a bigger tournament, and then we can, in December, we can have our, in December, we usually do like a few different things in December anyways. I think that's a good idea. I think I like that a lot. I think that's going to be the plan. So yeah, maybe next week we run... I don't know. Maybe we run like a smaller event next week, and then in November, the first week in November, we'll run a bunch of qualifiers. There's going to be Battle Aces back in November too as well. So much going on. So much going on. That's a qualifier week. Groups, playoffs, and then just a couple of small things before home story. That actually works as well. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the plan. So maybe next week we'll run something smaller, and then the week after that, the first full week in November, we'll do like qualifiers for a bigger event, run a bigger event over the course of a couple of weeks, middle of November. I think that's going to be kind of nice. Yo, Skill Dare XX, thank you so much for the 30 bits. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. As Estraya came out of game, do we have a result on that one? Oh, not. Estraya was playing against someone called Sheep. No result in the bracket though. Shin has 2-0'd Geralt, so Shin moves into the round of 8 to play Trap Operator. That'll be his EVP. One of the only Zerg matchups in the entire tournament today, but like I said, I think we're not going to catch that because we're likely, unless Estraya did not win, then we will not go Estraya versus Bjorn. Just waiting on that result to get updated, guys. We'll hopefully have info for you guys very shortly in regards to that. Hopefully we can bring that back on track. Beautiful. Sorry for the downtime. You guys know how these open cups work. It's like sometimes we could have like constant games if we like jump midway through a series and stuff, but then that obviously makes it a bit awkward. Estraya did beat Sheep 2-1. So we're gonna go Estraya versus Bjorn for the round of 16 here, guys. That would likely lead us into the winner versus MaxPax in the round of 8. And then of course we usually cast both semifinals and the grand finals, so you guys can check all of that out as well. That's where we're going today. Hero and Gumiho in game already. Yeah, Hero's been playing against Battleby already. Gumiho and Kuro playing on the Korean server. That'd be a very cool round of 8 as well. The likely Hero versus Korean Terran round of 8. I mean, that's the thing. All of the round of 8s are typically very good in this event. The bracket is just pretty stacked, so there's always going to be some matches we kind of wish we could see, but we can't. We do collect the replays, though, and we can collect the replays and put them out. Yeah. I'm going to write down my notes. I'm going to do a small tournament this week, and then big event, qualifiers, big event. I wonder how many days I can make an event take up. Like $3,500, 4,000. Maybe we could like. Just trying to think of something interesting. I'm kind of thinking of maybe trying to like. This might be a bit wild. Maybe it's stretching too far, but like I'm thinking like, what if we did like 8-player groups? Not 8-player groups. 8 4-player groups. Not too much. 8 4-player groups. Into just a big like. I think that's too much. Have to figure something out. Alright, get going here in a moment, guys. Videos are coming up for Beyond and Estraya. Beyond Vito's Dynasty, Estraya Vito's Ghost River, Beyond Vito's Gold Nora, Estraya Vito's Amphion, and Beyond Vito's Oceanborn, Estraya Vito's. I don't know what you Vito from here. Ghost River, Amphion actually make it into the best of 3. Interesting videos, actually. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a fun tournament format that can kind of take up a couple Post Youth going to be the last map. Vito was Crimson. First map will be Post Youth. Interesting one for PvT. You recently subbed to Bjorn's Instagram. Bjorn started posting a lot on Instagram the last few days. Last couple of weeks, I should say. So that's maybe why you don't think he's got many followers, because he's not really usually very active there, but I've seen his Instagram be very busy lately. He's been climbing mountains, and he's been climbing mountains and doing all sorts of stuff. Playing piano. I'm not a huge Instagram user in terms of like actually following people properly on it. But I must have followed Beyond a while ago. He just started popping up in my stories. Alright guys, Beyond vs Estraya TVP on Post Youth. Kind of a big map to start off this match. Let's get this underway as we have in the bottom left-hand corner the Red Terran player representing the Shopify Rebellion. This is going to be Beyond. He takes on the blue Protoss in the top right corner of the map. We have Estraya. Is Estraya still... Estraya was on Virtus Pro, right? Is Estraya still on a team? Be my question. No. Looks as though his Virtus Pro contract ended in September. So currently teamless. I've not really seen Estraya lately. Obviously we've been running a few different events and things, but he's not really been a participant in those. Let me actually check the Estraya match history, see if he has been playing in some stuff and I've just not caught him. Very possibly he was just playing in other events, right? There are multiple different events taking place. Let me check his match history out. As we do have, obviously, in-base expansions available on this map. The Estes probe gets in early to keep an eye on what is going on. Yeah, what's Estraya been playing in? He's been playing in some of the weeklies that are just on a different time to what we've been covering, basically. So he's been actually fairly active playing in other events. He's basically been playing the Ursasaurus Cup, the Stego Mondays, the KSL, and the Cranky Duckling events. So he's been playing in stuff just... Yeah, he's been playing stuff like, 2-3 times a week, just not in events in our time zone, apparently, so... Which makes sense, because our events usually take place kind of early, and if he's in America right now, then, yeah, he's playing at like 4 or 5 a.m., so... Yeah, maybe not a super friendly time zone for him. Maybe today he was just feeling like it, up early, maybe up late. So yeah. Probe moves into the main base, going to come across and jump into that assimilator there. Reaper just going to sit, and we'll be seeing a couple command centers coming up as well. Reactor continue to come through. Reaper goes in toward the main base to see what's going on. Reaper comes back over. Twilight Council's halfway done. The barracks producing. Orbital Command CC on the way. A couple more Marines coming out as well. SCV is also being brought up into play. Just going to have that Stalker still coming out of the gateway as we have Command Center down here on the low ground. Setting up and hanging about as we go. Well, we're going to see the Stalker and the Adept together. Going to come up this ramp and start nibbling at the depot. Stalker going to get there. Reaper going to get pushed back down into the middle of the map now. We're going to take quite a few shots. Stalker and the Adept taking some hits. We're going to see the Stalker taking some damage as well. Marines going to have to step back. One Marine going down. We're going to re-engage forward. The Adept and chased away once again there. Stimpack and +1 still on the way up. Blink not far from being done. Couple probes coming out. The Nexus coming through as well. And those Marines still popping out of the barracks. What's up, Hamstring Lips? Thank you so much for the bits. I have my OBS covering how it's saying exactly how many there is, but on a rough count, I reckon that's about 15. So thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate it, as our Marines do get the pushback there. +1 Stimpack on the way up now on the side of Beyond, so we get that on the way. We begin to get that going. Blink coming up also, the Nexus and the Robo Facility coming up and online. And those couple Stalkers still chasing that Reaper, and pushed down and killed off down that right-hand side. Reaper is dead, and Bjorn will not be able to check out too much more of that anytime soon, as we have just the Marauder, and now the other Marines obviously joining back up with that Marauder, settling down there. A couple of Stalkers will move on to the map. Blink still not far from finishing up. Stalkers thinking about maybe jumping across in toward that main base. The Orbital's going to be holding position though. A couple of Stalkers, a couple of probes coming through as well. A couple more barracks will go down. Just have ourselves the +1 and stim coming on by. Marauders coming up. Barracks and the starport coming through. The Observer and the Robo Bay coming up as well. Orbital Command will move to the third base. That obviously is out on the map a little bit. So that is a step forward to consider. Stalker's going to go nibbling. Orbital Command taking damage. Marauders very narrowly getting a Stalker, not quite able to though. Still trying to step up. Another Marauder gets forced to turn back away and around. Combat shield coming online. The Marines and Marauders still coming up. Starport about to complete. Concussive shells also getting started as we speak now. Two medevacs on the way up here from Bjorn. And combat shield, concussive shells continuing in. Colossus +1 attack and charge going through as well. Nice little scan. Gonna nab the Observer. The Stalker's gonna get the SCV, gets grabbed. Marauders coming up. Just gonna continue to chase those Stalkers away. It's gonna be having another Stalker. And chase back as well. So yeah, unfortunately for Estraya, mostly just losing out there. As the Immortal and a couple sentries set back up on that right hand side, continue to gather together for the moment. Push forwards, we're going to see this gold base getting jumped on at the same time. Bjorn's ready to jump into the in-base natural. He does get a full unload here without being stopped. The recall will come in, but scary recall as the Colossus can get jumped on quickly. We actually do a good job of pulling that back. It's actually a great recall in the end. However, we still got units on the right side. Going to have to warp in to try and deal with these as they step up. Pylon already in a little bit of trouble. A couple of Zealots will come charging forward. A couple of Stalkers going to try and push back as well. Marauder's still taking some hits. Another Pylon goes down. The Colossus continue to come back over. Zealots getting out the front. Stalkers now continue to give chase as the Marine Marauder gets pushed back down to the bottom. Pylons continue up. Cannon and the battery coming in. The Nexus building too. Armory Engineering Bay building on the side of Beyond. A couple of Vikings continue to come up as well. We'll step forward again. Seeing a couple Stalkers going down. Colossus continue to fight. One Marauder, two Marauders going down. The Zealots here still trying to step up a little bit as well. And we are going to be seeing, I think, Bjorn just getting this game a little bit out of her hands of Estraya right now. Estraya is losing another Colossus. This base going to get cancelled up again. And Bjorn is just winning fights across the board here on Post Youth. Getting Vikings up so he can have a stronger army against what his opponent is playing. Estraya is going to attempt to go into the Dark Shrine. But honestly, if he can get into DT successfully, I'd be somewhat amazed, to be honest. Just do not think that's really something that's about to happen here. Do not think that's something we're going to get away with in the slightest. To Stalker Colossus joins back together. Vikings overhead, Bio and Mine moving around as well. And now more of these units back over to the left. Disruptor still coming up, +2 attack on the way. Dark Shrine and the Forge coming up also. This Bio Viking army coming back over to the sides. And Nexus setting out on the gold base. Couple Stalkers and the cannon are going to be there as well to push that medevac away. It's just going to chase that back once more. Now pulling back down to the bottom. There's a couple more units coming about. Sorry, Mona Karma, thank you so much as E-Trainer. First of all, some kind words saying thanks for being a pal of the ST community. No worries, thank you for the kind words. And also hitting us up with a fresh new subscription. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel and helping us to keep on producing and running StarCraft 2 content. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. It's our Bio Viking Force coming back around. Trying to see what else is going on. MDT going to get chased out by a ghost for a couple of moments. The rest of the bio coming back over as well. And again, we've got ourselves a +2/+2 coming online. The ghosts all coming in. All of that continuing around for the moment here. Solid Stalkers coming out. Going to get a Widow Mine. Going to see another Stalker come down that low ground. The Widow Mine will force that Stalker to probably have to blink away. Stalkers walking in here. Bjorn's going to be able to capture those nice and easily. 2-2 finishing up shortly. +2 ship weapons is on the way out also. Still got more Marauders coming by. SCVs in production. Maybe we meet IRL at Home Story Cup in a handful of weeks. Yep, I will be at the upcoming Home Story Cup. I will be there. The end of November. Take your tickets today, guys. There's a Disruptor Shot trying to come through. Another Disruptor Shot trying to come up. Vikings are going to go. The Colossus will be getting knocked down. Bio going to regather in the center. A couple Stalkers going to blink back the other direction. A couple Disruptors and the +3 attack coming through. The 3/3 of Bjorn, both upgrades coming through also. +2 ship weapons coming in with that. So Bio perhaps a little bit of a pylon. The Disruptor Shot lands on the Marauders. Stalker's good for the Vikings. This Disruptor Shot's going to be good. And Ghost going down immediately. You know, I didn't say at the time because I actually did not think this was going to be one of those cases. Because I thought Bjorn was just so far ahead. But what I was kind of thinking was Bjorn plays a lot of these TVPs where he gets further ahead and he struggles to end the game. Now, I don't know if this is a struggle to end the game. But for how dead Estraya was, I still feel as though this... I guess it's not really close. Like, Bjorn's dominating these fights on multiple different fronts, so maybe I'm wrong for saying it, but I feel like anytime Bjorn plays a TVP, there's always this concern of, like, he gets into a good spot and then he just doesn't quite finish the game off just yet, you know? It's going to be GG's, and Bjorn is going to take game number 1 of this best of 3. It was kind of dominant, I guess, throughout. Like I say, I was just kind of thinking, I was like, oh, you know, Estraya's not already dead. But yeah. Alright, game number 2 coming up in a couple of moments. Going into our next game in just a couple. Game number 2. As the players ready up immediately, and we're going to kick off into this, guys. We did, I ran some ads at the very start of that game. I didn't mention them, because people get riled up usually, but because we ran them at the very start of that, we actually got away with not having to run them now, so reap the benefits and now getting to sit and watch me instead. Yeah, the winner of this will be taking on MaxPax, Hero and Cure in the round of 8 as well. Very quick advancings to the round of 8 today, guys. Hopefully we get some nice matchups over in the round of 4 and so on as well. Yeah, hopefully some long matches. Would like to see a good 4-hour stream today after being away for the weekend, the extended weekend, because it's away Thursday as well. As we get back into it, let's cast some StarCraft 2 games. In the top left corner, the red Terran player from the Shop FI Rebellion. This is Bjorn. Taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom right corner of the map, we have got ourselves Estraya. Bjorn leads the game here, up by 1, heading into this game number 2. Excited to see how things are going to play out and what's going to happen. We get this all up and running, so we get this all started, we get this up and underway. how's everyone in the chat doing today? I was gonna say something, I had a lot of people coming in just saying nice words, you know, thanks for streaming and thanks for running tournaments and stuff. And I was like, man, is it national go and say something nice to your favorite StarCraft streamer day or something? It was starting to feel like that a little bit. Yeah, obviously, thank you everybody for dropping by and hanging out. Good to see you all, and excited to continue bringing you guys matchups here on Monday. And like I said, tomorrow, WardiTV October playoffs begin. Wednesday, they will wrap up. Thursday, like I say, if I go live a little early, I might get a stream out. If not, I am away this weekend as well. I'm actually going to a StarCraft thing this weekend. I'm going to Epic Land. I've not been to Epic Land for like 5 years. So I feel like it's it's nice that I finally get the chance to go to our UK LAN again. It's been a long time. So yeah, excited to take the opportunity to head on over there. After that, we'll definitely be ramping back up and get really into the grind, heading into November, December. A lot of tournaments to be done. It's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. The usual quick little spiel of obviously if you would like to follow the channel, it helps us out a bunch. If you're over on the YouTube channel, I'm actually going to start saying a little bit more. Subscribe to the YouTube. We're getting a little bit of momentum on YouTube again, and we actually might be able to turn it into something. So do consider checking that out. YouTube.com/WardiTV. I'm just killing a little bit of time here because we're just seeing a triple CC opening from Bjorn, which is very eco-focused. And Estraya going into the Twilight, but nothing's going to be done on there for a little bit, so continue to see that as the Adept gets an SCV, and the Command Center will sit unfinished for a couple more moments now. S3 is coming over, Adept getting chased, Bunga going down. Orbital Command coming up, CC gets going. CC will get started again, Orbital Command coming up, couple of Marines on the way through, the bunker's about to finish, Tech Lab also coming by right now. What's the most important SC2 tournament in my opinion? The one that keeps the most players playing, which is probably the one with the most prize money. So right now, eSports World Cup, hoping that they bring it back. Because if they announce that StarCraft will be there for the next year or two, that really changes the dynamic of StarCraft 2 in the immediate future, you know? I see a couple stalkers flying away, a little grenade going down. Yeah, what's up, Sponge GT90? The 2-month resub. Here's my Bezo dollar. Great job, Wardy. Thank you so much for the 2 months in the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think it's about to finish. Observer coming through. Nexus building. Couple probes in the way. Adept is going to be shading toward the natural as the Marauder comes out as well. Gathers up with the rest of the Marines. Prism loading, a few stalkers coming out. Again, reactor in the barracks side up. Starport's about halfway done. Plus one attack coming through. We just wait for this to really develop. We've got the Dark Shrine coming in from Estraya following his blink opening. Not sure if I mean, DTs can always do well. Not sure if DTs when your opponent's gone for like super strong economy 3cc is always that great because it feels as though it's an investment into something that doesn't help you fight once that army powers up in the strong economy of Bjorn. And also, my other issue with it is that there's extra scans available because the third is so early and Bjorn has a strong eco, he doesn't need to feel the need to mule as much, so you can scan a bit more freely on the DTs. So I'm not sure I love the DTs in this situation. But I'm not going to complain either. Like I say, I feel like DTs can always be a potential to deal damage. It's just a question of, is it something that's going to really work? As the DTs here are going to start swiping. Hey, we do not scan, so Beyond is going to be... Okay, he's scanning out the front, and he's going to win there, but he lost a lot of units in the main base already. So that's already a factor. We're now going to see those DTs continue into the main mineral line. DT still swiping away as okay, that's actually going to be this is why you never come out and say that DTs will not be good, right? Because DTs always have potential, they really do. And this is definitely a showing of exactly that. As 7 workers go down, a lot of army went down. Rose going to step forward again. Rose will take a couple of shots. Oh. Wardy Skype on the blow-up. Rogue letting us know he's good to play on tomorrow's schedule. Scan comes about. Just going to be seeing the depth going to shade away a little bit. Fire continues to come through. Stalker will get chased. I was going to jump in. A couple of SCVs coming about. It's going to jump onto the missile turret there as well. So just going to keep on swiping through. The orbital command taking damage. Bio diving straight down to the bottom right. Gonna get one pylon already, a couple of probes going down immediately. Battery now, the Nexus taking some big hits. That's going to continue to charge up. So we're having the couple of Zealots continue to charge on forward. The Stalkers, the Colossus continue to come about. Immortal as well. We're just going to be seeing the scan up on the top side. We're going to be seeing those DTs still swiping away. The Zealots and the Stalkers continue to come through. 12 SCVs going down. Beyond's having such a bad time against these Dark Templar. Another scan, but this is starting to become a little bit too much, especially as Beyond's main army got cleaned out as well. And just love the continuation of these DTs. They've been so freaking annoying all the way throughout so far. Doing such a great job of just jumping in here, there, and everywhere. And they've been picking off, SCVs and units alike. Resources lost will tell you that Beyond is maybe not actually in that bad of a spot, right? Resources lost probably actually very even overall. Estraya's lost a little bit more gas, while Beyond's lost a few more minerals. But Beyond's economy has taken some hits throughout. You can see the income definitely bouncing into favor of Estraya at multiple points. Not perfectly, though, and so Beyond hanging on in there. One thing to mention, obviously, with the economy, too, is, you can't drop as many mules as you might like. We're actually going to fight right now. This might be Estraya taking advantage of the fact that Beyond's not being able to build up much of an answer to Colossus, in which case 2 Colossus are very scary. Fighting from afar, able to put splash damage out and not being hit themselves. Big deal. And you can see that that's going pretty well for you here. A lot of SCVs going down. Estraya needs to be careful. Some of his army did go down. He got a lot of SCVs. This is a moment where you go back, let your economy sink in, build up more army, and come again with an even stronger force that Beyond can't necessarily contend with. Continuing to fight now can potentially give the advantage over to Beyond, where he will just take a better fight, and he can make up for having a lack of economy because the fight is so good. He's the one that has to rebuild a whole lot less. So things to look at there. Just settle back into it. Used to these 4K casts by Loco and Winter, 1080s good on stream. Yeah, I can't compete with the YouTube gods because most of the time even when I upload to YouTube and it's not live stream, I'm uploading a VOD of my stream, so it's already saved in 1080 and I can only stream in 1080. So I can't compete with the Loco and Winter YouTube gods, but I do my best to do what I can. What's up, Brian? Thank you for the kind words as well. I appreciate it. As Abayo comes through and hits his Zealot down. Just chases that back. Stalkers continue to get warped in here as you continue to settle. Stalker, Colossus, Zealot. all joining and moving one way then the other. A few extra ghosts coming up, a few additional marines are coming in, the depots are building. A little bit of bio coming down that left-hand side. Figuring out where it wants to make things happen, but like I say, Estraya, he stepped back. He let the economy do its work, and also the main thing I would say is he preserved his tech units, right? Like, he didn't lose the Colossus. The only tech units he's lost in this game are the DTs and a sentry. Obviously, he lost some Stalkers here and there. You know, Stalkers aren't really tech units, they're just gateway units. But yeah, he kept the Colossus alive in that previous fight, so I think that's a very important part of this as well. Because now the Zal's just warping in the main base. It's going to pull a lot of Bjorn's units back into the main to go and deal with that. Meanwhile, we're going to start fighting over in the front, and Estraya pressing Bjorn back and just taking advantages here, and he's going to chase all the way across to this third base. I think Estraya can run up that ramp and fight this. I think he's a little afraid of units coming down from the natural and wrapping around his army, but I think we can see that that doesn't really need to be the case. He warps back into the main, which arguably is maybe not the greatest call because there's actually a lot of units still there. Maybe just a warping at home and running them across the map would have been a little bit better. Because now this army doesn't get reinforced here at all, and like I say, the units in the main base just got cleaned up very easily. Prison will now come out towards this location. We're so close to finishing that CC. I'd love to see us just stand there and finish it off with the Colossus. I don't think there's any reason why we wouldn't be able to do that, to be honest. Disruptor's still coming over. We've got a couple of Vikings, Marines, and Marauders coming up, plus 2 attackers coming in. CC looks as though it might finish. I feel like that's a missed opportunity from Estraya. I don't think he was actually really properly forced away initially, as now we're going to start losing Colossus because the Viking count is very good. With no splash damage here, this army's going to be concerningly small from Estraya, and we are going to lose the Disruptor as well. Bjorn's going to say GG. Just as I felt like Bjorn was actually pushing this back a little bit, Bjorn's going to say GG. He actually leaves on fairly even army supplies. Obviously, his economy is kind of in the gutter, but I felt like of all the moments in that game for Bjorn to be like, crap, I've lost it. I don't know if that was it. I actually felt as though that was like, Estraya did not actually have the reinforcing warpins. Bjorn kind of won that fight more heavily than he realized for sure. No doubt about it. So, a little bit of a funky moment. I don't necessarily think it's like a terrible GG. I think Estraya is still in an okay spot. It's just, if that was, you know, if there was ever a moment just be like, right, okay, you know what? This is going to like equalize out now. That was maybe going to be it. By the way, Shin already 2-0 creator and into the round of 4, so we're potentially going to see a Shin Clem semi-final. That's very exciting. That's very, very fun. Clem currently playing Nightmare. I wonder if this Beyond Estraya series plays MaxPax. I wonder if we can get away with asking. I think so. Today's been very fast, right? I don't think it's crazy to say that we're going to definitely do the winner of this versus MaxPax, then the semi-finals. Yeah, I don't think that's too crazy to request of the players. I think we're still very much so on schedule to be done in 3.5 to 4 hours, so I think we'll get away with that. Beautiful. All right, let's jump in. Too soon? No, I don't disagree. I don't think that was the moment to leave the game at all. I just, like, the general consensus was if he'd left the game before that fight, I think a lot of people would be like, yeah, fair enough, you're going to lose. But then the fight was actually good for him. That maybe wasn't the moment to actually give up in. Bottom left-hand side, our Red Terran getting bullied by the Dark Templars throughout that game number 2. How things can switch up, right? Because obviously game number 1, he was doing all of the bullying. It is Bjorn, the Red Terran, in the bottom left corner of the map. In the top right, our Blue Pros player is Estraya. Gassal's ready to go into game number 3. The probe scouting around the corners to begin with. See what's going on. We're just coming across. I'm going to nibble at the SCV. We're on the way up. SCV and Pro gonna nibble around. Clem just went into game 1. Honestly, a fun series. I honestly wish we could cast like all of the round 8 of this event. It's kind of why I like the idea of, you know, remember the big Leo League Cup we did a couple weeks ago? Just kind of like a big 16-player double elim tournament cast and everything. Kind of like the idea of that. I don't think I'm going to do that as my big November event, but I'm kind of thinking of doing something like that as a, maybe next week. How many days do we have next week? 2, 3, 4. I wonder if we could do something like that next week. Just 16 players for an attorney. Could be fun. Could be fun. Reaper coming across. Adept is going to fire. So Adept is going to get there. Reaper taking some damage. Twilight Cancel. Couple probes. Stalker and the Warp Gate coming online. Until you can get that going as well. Comes back over the side. Warp Gate coming up, Blink coming through, a couple probes coming in. Reaper does hop up to the high ground, the gateway goes down, again Warp Gate building. Just follow this Reaper for the moment, as that is more or less the exciting part of this, as it tries to find some corners to attack in on. Trying to find some value here over the next few moments. Not much really being found just yet though. Reaper hops up, gonna come across, a couple of probes are gonna get chased around likely. Actually, the Reaper just turns back into the Adept and Stalker, so that's gonna be the end of that. That will come to a close. A close, not a close. That'll come to a close right there. So yeah, Blink continues up. And you see where the next stage of this game will go to as move around. Blink Corona boosting about for the moment. Road on the way, Stimpack coming through. Marines gathering together. Steps is just going to get about, just going to be able to pick off that Marine. Temple Archives coming online. Again, it's going to be that charge and that Nexus continue to be brought through as well. And that Templar Archives completed shortly. Orbital lands down, still got that storm building through, the charge coming by as well. Continue to get this on the go. It's going to have a couple of gates coming up. Nexus building through. Love the fast storms. Fast storms always feel so scary, so much opportunity a lot of the time. There's obviously a group of stalkers down over here, trying to be active, and so as well. A couple of medevacs now peeling away and pulling back. Fire going to jump onto the stalkers already. He's just going to come straight through. Fire's going to go. A couple of those probes still getting grabbed. 9 workers going down. Nexus now is going to be taking a bunch of damage, so 9 probes dead. And the base taking some hits. I mean, that's the third. You cannot really afford to lose this. High Templars will find a storm, but we lose the Prism. Oh, do we actually save the Nexus? We are going to save the Nexus. We're going to get the cleanup, but Estraya loses 10 probes during this. A lot of damage dealt. And High Templars down as well, and the Prism. Man, that was rough. Stalker's going to fight. Marauder's going down. Yeah, a couple of units continue back around. Ghost Academy coming up. A couple of refineries coming in. The Widow Mine 2 will continue to burrow. A couple of forges continue through. Is going to get in. Widow Mines will get knocked down. As Estraya needs to put some work in right now. His army supply not looking hot. Economy not great. He needs to find damage, and he's obviously trying to do that with those Blink Stalkers moving about. Templars coming about. EMP goes down. Just missing the High Templars. We do get 10 SCVs. So that's something, but then we don't have Templars at home. Gonna go for the recall here. One High Storm comes up out. The Prism is gonna be in trouble again. The Prism unload, please. Okay, we do start to unload. A couple of storms coming out, but just very desperately kind of going here, there, and everywhere as we are gonna cancel the warp in, and I think Guns is gonna win this game number 3 very comfortably in the end. Bit of a mishap in game 2, but when the DTs weren't involved, Guns just kind of stomps game 1 and game 3. Stalkers will still fight. Marine Marauder going down. Stalker still punching forwards. Just going to be seeing the Medivacs taking damage. A couple of Vikings coming over as well. GG gets called by Estraya. And that is going to be Bjorn taking game 3 of the series. To advance into the quarterfinals to play against MaxPax. And Bjorn be one of the ones to stop a MaxPax Clem finals. We're going to be finding out very shortly as we're going to get that TVP ready to go. So we're going to get that Beyond MaxPax series ready to go. And we'll get that set up to rumble. Perfect, guys. So perfect. We're going to get Beyond MaxPax ready. Videos will start up in a couple of moments. Get this TVP ready to go, go, go. How's everyone feeling? Again, thanks for joining us. Good to see you all. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, our order is set, guys. We're going to do this Beyond MaxPax round of 8, then Shin versus Clem on Nightmare. Then we'll do the bottom side semi-final, and then the grand finals. That's exactly what you got coming up. 3 best of 3s and a best of 5 still to go today. Very exciting. Alright guys, so I'm going to get Beyond MaxPax videos going, get this TVP ready to go, go, go. So nice to watch all the gold in your back. What, you mean all the Protoss stuff? It's so funny. You know, I don't know if you guys... I don't really use Facebook myself, but I open it sometimes. And lately on Facebook, it's like then and now. And it's like a picture of like something from a picture from a few years ago. It's like upload a picture of the now to like show the difference. I always think this is really dumb, but then the other day, I don't know if it's gonna show up now. The other day it was like then and now. The then picture was like, I can probably find it actually. The then picture was basically a picture of my studio. It'll be on my Instagram. It was a picture of like my little collection of like collectibles and stuff in my studio. And I was like, that's so funny because I'll show you guys the picture. I'll find it. Give me a sec. I'll just show you guys the picture because the then portion is compared to now, it'd be quite the difference. Hang on, I'll go full camera mode. Look at this thing of beauty. Oh, go on, focus, please. Okay, that was the full collection back then. I know it's not really focusing very well. There you go. That was the full collection back then. That was it, and it's like, and now. It just doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. It's always funny. I was like, if there ever was a time to utilize that, that would probably be kind of it. So yeah, thought that was amusing. Plus the plus the fact it also continues over this side as well. You know, all the way across and around and on the ceiling and the other shelf, and you know, doesn't stop. Pokemon House? It's not a Pokemon House. There's also StarCraft. You know, there's a little Warcraft corner. There's a little WoW thing going on down there. Yeah, okay. There's a lot that happens, but you know. Hey. Alrighty guys, we are just waiting for our matchup to go. It's going to be TVP between MaxPax and Peons. We're going to be loading in a couple of moments. Literally going to catch them all. Look, this is a portion of what I could own. I'll have you guys know, I was at a Pokemon tournament this weekend and I didn't buy a single Pokemon plushie. It's probably the first time ever. Didn't buy a single one. I have some extraordinaries for my Pokemon collection. My Pokemon collection is kind of cool, but I don't know if I've got anything that's like super like special, I guess. If that makes sense. And my start in terms of like actual like quality of collectibles or like rarity, I guess if you want to call it that or whatever. My StarCraft collection is way cooler. Is it because I had all of them that were already there? No, that's not that at all. But yeah, there was actually a really cool Eevee, but I mean I have so many Eevee plushies, I really didn't need it. But there's also a very cool Umbreon. I held back. Do I have any Typhlosion toys? I don't. Unbelievably. Yeah. Crazy Game 1. Nightmare leads a game over Clem. Ooh, that's fun. Desmos is going to be Dynasty here from MaxPax, then Ghost River, then Alcyone. If Nightmare beats Clem, we will get those replays and we will cast those afterwards, guys. Just to let you know. Because we may as well catch up and see how the hell that goes down if it happens. Collect rare things so your money grows. The problem is I'm not sure anyone would ever want to buy my StarCraft collection off me, but I mean StarCraft collection is actually pretty cool, right? Like I have the Kerrigan statue and stuff, and I mean, even like the big battle cruiser nowadays. So like you can't buy the big battle cruiser. Like this was a one-time thing, and it's a few years old now. So honestly, like the Reaver plushie as well is like something that was only in the Reaver plushie and the big Carbot plushie in the corner. Like they were only available in Korea. Yeah. I actually have a lot of Blizzard pins that are worth quite a bit as well, I guess. Alright, let's actually cast some games, guys. As we have got in the top right, the Blue Protoss player, it is MaxPax here, as we go into this series because it's a fresh round of it. I know Clem Nightmare's going on, guys. Maybe we could have jumped into game 2 of that, but I think it's very exciting here to jump into a fresh series of MaxPax, our Blue Protoss player, and our Red Terran player Bjorn in the bottom left. Because these two usually play a very fun series. These are usually, matchups which do not have a clear favorite a lot of the time. While MaxPax does seem to dominate these cups, if there's one player I would kind of put in his way to stop him, I think Bjorn would be one of those guys, to be honest. So we're going to do exactly that as we get set up and ready to go. SCV going to drop down a second barracks. Very aggressive here out of Bjorn. As well, the one SCV coming out, it's like, okay, a little proxy racks to start us off, a little bit of Reaper action to begin with. And now he dropped the second barracks down. Oh my goodness. And away we go. Wow. Well, 2 racks of proxies coming up, try and get something done here. You can see the first one going to build up a tech lab, so we are going to get some Marauders on the way. Now, MaxPax is scouting with the probe on the gold base, and he's going to try and see what's going on. But he will know that there's no barracks at home. Of course, the question is the barracks just like, it's just like north of the third base a little bit, is just slightly slightly out on the map. He'll build a low ground pylon, and he's going to come scout with the probe, so he's going to see that this is committed as well, because he'll see the tech lab, so he knows now that this is going to be a huge commitment. He saw both the barracks as well, so he gets all that information. Cluster shells will start from Bjorn, and this full-on proxy mode is about ready to begin, so away we go. A couple Marauders and concussive shells coming up to begin with. The depot, the SCV coming around, the Nexus halfway through, the Stalker halfway along. And Nexus coming up. A couple of batteries are coming in. The concussive shells is about to finish. The Marauders are still coming up. A couple more shots there, going to get a cancel. The Zealot going to take a few more shots as well. Stalker also coming back over. So we continue to go back and forth. The bunker will try and set up as well. Marauders still trying to catch what they can. The Zealot and the 2 Stalkers take some shots, but the bunker will cancel, and the second battery coming up should make this a pretty comfortable defense. Now, there's a point where you get a lot of Marauders. They can kind of chunk through battery healing. I guess we'll see if that's going to be enough, as the Zealot will take a couple of shots now. The battery going to be doing that there. Now, you can see we're getting through the shields, but the problem is you want to try and keep these Marauders alive, so we're having to kite backwards, and that's losing you damage output time. Going to build a bunker a bit further out, as Bjorn maybe sets up a very soft contain on this instead. Could be a way to approach it. As the Marauders come through, that Stalker does go down, like I say. Enough Marauders, and things will die here despite the batteries. And that's why preserving those Marauders was of big importance from Bjorn, instead of just standing there and trading out against those shield batteries previously. Well, a bunch more batteries coming into play. I think priority still has to be, though, just shooting at those Zealots and Stalkers, because if you kill off those, you're going to get rid of the damage output, and that would be absolutely huge. Probes going down, 2 in each. There's our pylon. Is very nearly going to get taken out. Now, there's only going to be 1 pylon left after that. Zealot is huge. The fact that Zealot is still alive is amazing, because it's actually very good at dealing damage to these Marauders as well. Getting rid of the Zealot, I actually think, is a major plus for Bjorn, who has got so many Marauders still. Again, this was obviously 2 racks of proxies. Losing a Marauder there also, once again, costs you the ability to kill off that Stalker. Huge moment. These moments are adding up as the Stalkers try and poke forward once more. Pylon and blasted. We have many more pylons to go. Probes are going to pull into this as we try and step forwards aggressively into the Stalkers. That one on low HP just about lives for an extra second. Bjorn starts to build a CC behind this. He's down 11 workers as MaxPax's super battery is going to allow him to fight the bunker. The Marauder showing up. Zealot goes on to the fresh Marauder here. The Stalkers are chasing 5 Stalkers and a Zealot. And that is a hold, a pushback, and probably game. As Bjorn is going to agree with us. He says GG to this one. The double Marauder proxy does not work out. MaxPax gets the defense. In game number 1 of this best of 3, the Marauder proxy is no good. And that is going to be GG. Alright, game number 2 coming up here in just a moment. Then, guys, aggressive first game. Hero, by the way, 2-0 Cure. Means that, well, if MaxPax wins, I guess we end up on a PvP semi-final on that bottom side. Is this what happened last week? I'm thinking about it, I feel like this is exactly what happened last week as well. Yeah, Hero played MaxPax in the semis, and then Clem played solo last week. Okay, well, let's see what happens as we get ready for game number 2 here in a couple of moments. Should be loading into this in just a second. Should have made it behind MaxPax's gold and flown it over the minerals. Ooh, dirty. I think MaxPax would have checked that though, no? I'm not sure if he actually did. My initial instinct would be he probably does. And then the problem with that is you actually run out of kiting space because there's like a brick wall that literally stops you leaving with the Marauders. So in some circumstances it's going to be nice because, you know, the way the game goes may not be like what just happened there, and there may be a case where you actually end up with, you know, enough damage dealt that the Marauders are then able to kind of just hold out the front, not push in anymore, but they just hold out the front, contain a little bit, and then the game goes on. At some point, the Marauders, if they were in the gold, would always just be stuck there with no way to get out, right? MaxPax top right is up a game in this best of 3. Beyond top left is our Red Terran. He proxies a single barracks this time. So still a little bit of aggression, still a proxy. As we get this set up and running. Probe heading into the upper left-hand side. Gonna come have a little bit of a check to see what's up. Rax, gas, SCV on the way. Gateway and the probe continuing through as well. Probe just checking in. Trying to see what's going on. For a moment. Rax and Gateway both about to finish. Sub-4 starts up. The Reaper on the way from beyond as well. Gonna have the orbital command also continuing through. Probe gets back up around to the top. Obviously, this proxy is much more, well, I say friendly, right? It's still going to be an aggressive Reaper, but it's not going to be, you know, 2 Marauders at a time up in your face. Trooper's going to come in, get rid of a probe. It's already a bit of aggression. Factory is about to finish up here on the side of Beyond, so we'll have that factory in place. That'll be his follow-up getting into that Cyclone. As this is a small map, an aggressive map because of the size. Early on, at least. Obviously, as the game goes on, it's interesting because you start to kind of step back with your expansion, so it can become, Ghost River, actually a very interestingly kind of macro map. One of those maps that I've actually really enjoyed being in the map pool. At first, I was like, why are we having this map? This feels terrible. It's honestly been a lot better than I thought it was going to be, and one of the few times I'm very happy to be wrong. Because I'd say this has actually been a great map in the map pool. It's been very interactive. Like I say, it has that element of like you feel like you understand what's going to happen on this map, but then the way it actually plays out is just so very different. It's always very cool. Cyclone locking onto the Adept, trying to help chase that away for a couple of moments. The Twilight Council and Gateway continue up as well. Let's just bring that into play for the moment. And Blink starting up, Warp Gate's about to finish, Gateway continuing to come by. Stalkers and the Adept together going to step up. Cyclone as well kill this Adept very quickly. That means no lock-ons for the Stalkers, but the Stalkers also aren't in range to fight back themselves. Well, there's the double Cyclone drop straight into this natural expansion. Going to get the unload, and a couple of Stalkers already taking shots. The Stalker will go down very quickly. Obviously, we do have the micro potential lift back into that medevac to get away here. Stalker's going to get there. Medevac gets pushed back. And just seeing the Liberator and a couple of Marines come through on the side of Bjorn. Siege tank coming in as well. So continue to build that into play. The blink is going to finish shortly. Nexus from MaxPacks on the third base. Also getting established now. Got the siege tank about halfway done from Bjorn as well. So continue to bring all of that through. Medevac is moving about. A couple of Cyclones obviously inside. We'll wait for that chance to come back in again. It's nice to have those there because it's an opportunity, but you're also a little bit stuck in the corners. It's a little bit sad at the same time. Cyclones unloading and dropping back in. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers continue to cross chase the Medevac away. Stalker's going to sit there. Medevac standing back for the moment. Behind the gates, the Stalkers, the charge continue to come through. Spots the Observer, drops the scan on that immediately, so Bjorn is able to take that down. Medevac still just sitting tight up at the top, holding out for a moment or two. He's coming over, a couple Stalkers end up blinking away. Still have our Marine Marauder, Medevac all coming out. Combat Shield +1 coming in as well. Probably will start on the side of MaxPacks and just seeing a couple of gates. Going to come up too. As we have the Liberator, going to get jumped on by a couple of Stalkers there. Going to turn those around too. Stalkers continue to get back over that right side, but here's the push of Bjorn already arriving. Tank's going to start sieging, pushing MaxPacks away a little bit, pushing him in. Just trying to get him off this third. We're going to see the super battery does not last very long at all. And Tank's already getting some shots off on the gateway units. Some Zealots are going to go try and cut off reinforcements. Love that move. Always a good one. No, they're actually just going to come in for the flank, but Bjorn pulled away to the left-hand side. Protects the siege tank there. There's tanks on the right side will get blasted. Didn't even get the Liberator though, MaxPax. So not cleaning that up is going to make this painful as the pylon. The Nexus continue to take down. You let the Liberator add to the work here, and this looks as though Bjorn is just going to continue through to success. I mean, he's going to chase these Stalkers into the corner, then he's in a good SimCity against the Zealots. Marauder's doing the tanking, a couple more units showing up, and that's going to be a simple GG. Bjorn takes game 2, and we're tied 1-1 in this best of 3. How about that, huh? We're all tied up and ready to go into a final game of this series. Clem and Nightmare still playing. MaxPacks obviously 1-1. Was there any result on the Clem Nightmare, guys? Did you guys catch that at all? Maybe the other Ducklings on that one? Yeah, they're in game 2. It's looking pretty good for Clem in game number 2 of that, actually, so maybe that goes to 1-1 as well. Exciting times. These round of 8s delivering some good games for us. As we're going to head straight into Alcyone here for game number 3. All right, let's get this set up. Counting down. Yep, this is ready to go. And it's a final game. I kind of want Bjorn to win because A, it gives us a TVP semi between Bjorn and Hero, which I think would be very cool. It'd be nice to see a finals that isn't Clem versus MaxPax, honestly. Kind of cheering for Nightmare against Clem too. As much as I'd love to cast some Clem today, I would also just like to see some different players in the finals of this event. We've had Clem MaxPax 2-3 weeks in a row. Like I said, you can't complain about that, but I don't think there's anything wrong for cheering for some difference, right? In the bottom left, it is going to be our blue Protoss. This is MaxPax. Top right, our red Terran from the Shopify Rebellion, and we have Bjorn here. Game 3, best of 3, winner goes to the semi-finals of today's WardiTV Monday event. Alright, what do you guys think? Who do you guys think is going to take it down? You guys feeling Bjorn? You guys feeling MaxPax? Bjorn obviously not getting anywhere with the Marauders game 1, being very successful game 2 with that big push. Definitely bringing the aggression in different phases of the game, that's for sure. First time we will see the barracks placed at home, of course, as well from Bjorn. Center setting up, orbital commander coming through. And yes, simulator, pylon, cyber core, all getting set up at the moment. Just gonna have that marine gonna go after the probe for a couple of seconds. That probe will go down. Marine took a nibble, which means the adept will now two-shot the marine, which is substantially important some of the time. We're out an adept here. The factory continues up and online. The reactor, the refinery, all of that continue to come into play. Our Nexus finishing shortly on the side of MaxPax. Green just chilling. SUV dropping down. A starport as well. Nexus gang going. Just gonna have our Twilight Council coming through. Cyclone, Starport, all coming up. Couple Marines on the way as well. Get that underway as we just have the Adept continue to fight. We're taking a couple of nibbles. Cyclone Marines, Medevac continue to come about here. Robo Facility Gateways and Blink going through also. That Robo Facility finishing up, a couple gates continuing through. Medevac comes down the bottom left-hand side. Bjorn going to go on a little bit of a shove. He's going to go chrono boosting, boosting over as they head toward the main base. Again, a couple of gates, and the Blink continue to come around here. It's going to be seeing the Cyclone. The Marines are going to run straight into this natural. Adepts are in the wrong position, and Probe started to pull towards this. Cyclone lock-on went onto a Probe, which is maybe a little bit of a saving grace. We're going to find a Warping Stalker that can't kite, so it's a very efficient trade. Bjorn does lift up the Cyclone, keeping that alive, and now our Marines putting work onto these Stalkers. There is no battery available. Can we actually finish off any of these Stalkers, or how is this going to end? In the end, we just lift up and... oh, no. What if that goes down? This felt so good for Bjorn, and then Especially losing the medevac was rough. Second cyclone went down as well. Now MaxPax is going to come across the map counter-attacking. Heading straight toward the upper right-hand side here. Stalkers get warped in. Another few Stalkers and the Adept coming about as well. Just going to go again. A couple of these Marines begin to go down. SCVs are getting jumped on. This is bad. We will not get anything to the bunker. Bjorn. This looked so good for him, but did he just overcommit on the natural? I didn't think he should have gone in as far as he did. As the tank goes down, these units are getting trapped in by SCVs, but there's no other units fighting back. GG is called. MaxPax wins it. I think Bjorn could have just stood here. I don't think he ever had to go this deep. I think if he just stood here, turned on the Adepts, and just controlled this area, I think he could have done very well. GG's 2-1 in favor of MaxPax. Yeah, I think Bjorn could have done very differently on that attack in the end. Alrighty, guys. That's going to be it for the quarterfinals. Now we're going to get to focus on the semis. Oh, lovely. My Chrome's crashing. I love it when that happens. Well, we actually will have just MaxPax Hero ready to go on the bottom round of 4, so we can get that going. Oh yeah, my Chrome's completely crashed. I love that, actually. It's nothing like your browser deciding it just doesn't want to work. I don't know why that's been a thing lately, to be honest. I feel like it's challenge that's crashing it. Just gonna close challenge and see. Alright. So yeah, because the matchup is ready, we will obviously try and aim to get in towards the Hero versus MaxPax round of 4 here, guys, first, just because, like I say, that one's ready to go. We should be able to kick off into that couple of moments. Get that underway. And try and get this started in. Where is Hero? Currently offline. Alright, couple of moments then, guys. Positioning won the game. Would not be more correct, I think, actually. Positioning so important. Let me try and find Hero, guys. He's currently missing. Never mind, Inu's gone to get him. Inu, our champion. Alright, we'll be getting Hero here in a couple of moments, guys. Get this PvP underway. Semi-finals of today's WardiTV Mondays will be operational. Clem and Nightmare currently 1-1. The winner of that will play against Shin in the other semi-final. Still no hero, guys. Clem and Nightmare have just come out of game, though. And Shin hopped over to NA, so I wonder if that means that, yeah, Clem has beaten Nightmare. So Clem is going to be playing against Shin. MaxPax versus Hero. Alright guys, just figuring this out. I would like to start with... I'd like to start with Clem I'd like to start with MaxPax versus Hero because they were ready first, and that's typically the way we work things. We always start with the matchup that's ready first in the semifinals, just the... You know, if your matchup is ready first, even by a couple minutes. But if one of the players is just AFK right now, then obviously we'll get the other semi-final start, but I just need to figure out which way around that's going to be. First time you hear her barking. You've not heard Ellie bark before? She barks a lot. She actually never used to bark, and then when she went into hospital, a couple of years ago now, or last year, when she went into hospital and she came out, when she came out of hospital, she was, she suddenly decided to start barking at people outside the windows. Now she barks all the time when she hears people outside. Bum, bum, bum. Alright guys, like I said, just trying to figure out what we're doing. Bad influence is real. That's exactly what it was. I can only imagine the other dogs were like barking. She's like, oh, we can bark at people? Okay. And now she barks. Alright, here's messaging on Discord. 1 second, guys. We got this figured out. Alrighty. So we're gonna go for the PvP first here between Hero and MaxPacks, guys. Sorry for the delay. Just like I said, trying to figure it out. Alright, video's going to start up here between MaxPax and Hero. Guys, we're going to get this going and kick this off. And yeah, we'll get this ready to go. As we veto through. Get this ready to rumble. Lemon C, thank you so much for the 19-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're all having a great day. Thank you for supporting where you can. And don't forget to follow and all the rest. We will be ready to go shortly here, guys, as videos are underway. So we'll be off and away very soon. First one is going to be Amphion. Perfect. Let's get this underway, guys. And get this started off. Second map, Side Delta. Third map, Ghost River. And now we have the typical party experience. Of somebody not accepting. Do we not gamble anymore? Sure, I can make a Gamba. Please remind me to change it between series, though. Now MaxPax is okay. I love this. Hosting the party is the worst, honestly. It sucks. Alright, MaxPax, Hero. We should be good to go. Ready, GLHF. Gonna double check down the list, and I think we're good. Let's kick off into MaxPax versus Hero. The first semi-final today, guys. Following this, we'll have Shin versus Clem. So let's see what our PvP is going to be. Can we have someone that isn't MaxPax in the finals of this event, of this weekly? It's been MaxPax Clem the last few weeks. And Hero step in the way. PvP is a MaxPax specialty, though. And last week, MaxPax really kind of disposed of Hero in the matchup as well. Hero getting jumped on by Phoenix and getting messed up in all sorts of ways. It was not a pretty one if you were a Hero fan, to be honest. As we get going into the top left-hand corner, the blue Protoss player here is MaxPax. Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom left corner of the map. It is Hero. Alright, so a little bit of PvP here for our semi-finals. The other semis are TVZ, which means after this we're on no more mirror matchups for the day, which is always a nice bonus. So that's always a big plus after this TVZ, and then the winner versus Protoss. So yeah, exciting times as a little Corona boosting comes through. We get ourselves ready to go for a little bit. So yeah, probe heading to the top left. Gateway coming up, similar to getting going. We having our probes continue to move about. It's going to be seeing the Nexus getting going, the Cybercore coming up as well. All of this rolling out for the moment as the probe will continue to nibble for now. Nexus coming through, again Cybercore's coming up, probe coming in, Zealots on the way. Got all of this rolling as we just have the probe still doing some nibbles. Again, probe is going to start up. The Zealot's still on the way out. Our Nexus about halfway done here on the side of MaxPax. The probe finishing up shortly as well. Similar still continuing through. We'll see this probe of Hero stepping forward a little bit. Pylon going down, the Cybercore right next to it. And that Adept going to start Corona boosting as well. So we bring that into play. We're going to drop down a Stargate on both sides of the map. Both players with the intention of expanding here. Just MaxPax is going to expand way sooner. As Hero is going to throw down the batteries here with this probe. This is something that MaxPax did to Hero last week and actually won the game with very quickly, right? And then now it's Hero's going to be doing this. The idea is you're going to have the battery up here defensively or aggressively as Hero to heal your units with. As that Adept will shade, the Adept of Hero coming in to try and outnumber. And he's going to get on top of that Adept, so MaxPax fully walled out of his base as well. That Adept is going to go down, so first unit already lost. Adept shading through once again, couple batteries. Going to start doing some healing as well. Adept continue to whack away. There's a battery on each side. As they are going to be seeing this Adept just getting up into the main base. Going to force a lot of probes to start pulling after it, which is some lost mining time. And now the Phoenix on the way on both sides. But Hero's doing all of this without an expansion, so you kind of need to do some damage. Otherwise, you're going to end up in a very rough spot here early on. We're going to go back onto another battery. The first Phoenix about to pop out, but I'm not sure what we're going to do once this Phoenix pops out. We kind of need a second Phoenix before anything really gets done, as the Adepts go elsewhere, so this battery is actually saved. Now 2 Adepts in the main base going to bully a little bit. 2 probes going down. Going to try and make this a better Adept trade, as we got 4 workers. Phoenix shows up from Hero, but I'm not sure he can necessarily do anything himself at the moment. Battery in the main about to finish as well. That means 1 Adept will not do much more, but 6 probes killed. His own Nexus is about halfway done. The Zealot got dropped and did end up going and finishing off that battery. Hitting the Stargate now. I mean, you're never going to kill that. This is going to be the end of this, as Hero will sit what? On his way to a Twilight Council now as well. It's not even going to fully commit through to the Stargate Phoenix versus Phoenix play. He's going to start going into the Twilight Council transition instead. Mixing up where he goes from here on out. Man, what a wild little start here in this game number 1. Hero bringing the pressure. Hero trying to make it a little bit different and crazy. Honestly, I would say MaxPax handling things very well so far. And really moving through this without too many issues across the board. So, congrats and well done to him in that regard. And we now see the Stalker going to get lifted up by a Phoenix. And the couple of Phoenix and the Stalker continue to come back over. Phoenix going to fight. 1 goes down. Stalker going to get lifted as well. Going to go back and forth. Hero actually gets a jump on the Phoenix there. 1 Phoenix low from MaxPax, having to keep that back. And when he went for the lift, Hero got the jump to get another one. We'll have Blink starting from Hero. The second Stargate coming up is going to enable even more Phoenix from MaxPax. Obviously, Hero is going to try and switch into the Blink Stalkers, hoping to get there successfully. Hoping to not have too many issues in that regard in general. Would be a big plus, obviously, if we can kind of just get there without problems. Couple of shots going off on the pylon, so still some damage being done kind of here and there across the board. Kind of fascinating to see. Now coming around the left-hand side, they're going to try and poke in for a little bit of damage. Stalker's going to be there to keep the Phoenix pushed back. Blink is coming through as well, so we continue to bring that into play. Like I say, 2 Phoenix at a time from MaxPax, heading into the Robo facility as well, utilizing the Phoenix well to get a few probes. Overall, supplies seem even enough. This is likely going to be a pretty close-going matchup, right? I mean, a couple pylons now drop down the sides. Phoenix continue to go into play. Again, the Robo facility coming up, probe on the way. Stalker's going to get there and hit the gateways. Phoenix going to go. A few of these probes dropping already. Damage being dealt. Just having ourselves. Phoenix now stepping back. Hero getting to the top side. Phoenix and Stalker's coming across. Chasing up in toward this natural. Ooh, we're actually going to get rid of a fresh Phoenix. I mean, now the Phoenix of Hero going to go down, and this is where you're going to face an issue, Hero, because now all your Stalkers just get lifted one by one. Not sure what he was really aiming to achieve on this push, unless he really feels like he can reinforce with enough Stalkers. Phoenix count's still looking good for MaxPax. Plus, he's got the Immortal on the way as well, so his army's only getting better. I don't think this is going to be good enough in the slightest, to be honest. Okay, looks as though MaxPax got this under control. The switch out from Stargate versus Stargate, Phoenix versus Phoenix into everything else is so difficult to get right. And this is just one of those cases where we just did not get it right, to be honest. I mean, plain and simple, it just didn't happen. And, yeah, Mortal and a couple Phoenix still coming up on the side of MaxPax. Continue to bring that through. You're seeing these Phoenix getting some lifts off, these Stalkers getting grabbed. And now Heroes just continue to bleed out. MaxPax looking very good to take this game. Number 1 looking brilliant here, in fact. Across the board. Just going to see the Phoenix and the Immortal coming back over. Phoenix coming about, just lift, 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 lift. I mean, there's no getting out of this from here. This one is done. The Phoenix are going to be a little bit too good. Yeah, Hero. Kind of just surprised that he made the aggressive play and the aggressive jump forward when he did. I don't think that was going to be a successful time, and it obviously was not a successful time either. He was incorrect to really try and commit through to that, so... Alright, next game coming up then, guys. Just going to get straight into game number 2, which is going to be on site Delta. Let's see if Hero can bring it back and at least take us to 3 games of this PvP. That's going to be what we're hoping for here. As we get this hosted. A couple of moments, please, while we get this set up. Alright, GLHF says MaxPax. Just waiting for us to get a confirmation that we can start on the other side. Perfect. Pros vs. Protoss is set. Now you can go into game number 2. Hero's just not having a good time against MaxPax. Hero used to be the one who could challenge MaxPax a bit and kind of make some games go a bit funky, but it feels like he's a bit lost in this matchup right now. Against MaxPax in particular. Yo, Fireball, thank you so much for the 58-month resub on the Prime. Coming up to 5 years, amazing. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it as we dive into game number 3. Not 3, game number 2. In the top left, up 1 is going to be our blue Protoss. It's MaxPax. And in the bottom right, our red Protoss is Hero. Clem versus Shin will be waiting for us on the other side. Second semi-final, looking juicy. Simulators come through and get this going. Typical goes down. It's going to be, again, plain sight Delta. Similar maps to last week where we have these maps with a ramp available initially, so it promotes this idea of, hey, we're all just going to expand and kind of get set up into that initial stage of the game and try and see what we can do from there. Proby chasing Proby. And we do have the Cyber Core coming about. Zealot's coming through. Probes on the way. Probe goes turning around and nibbling a little bit as well. There's a bit more damage there. Probe still at the front. Nexus coming through. And Stargate building. Nexus on the way by. Got ourselves set up initially. Nexus from both. Hero going for the Stargate. It's already finished on the side of MaxPax though. Stargate already completed. Here's a mad lad to play the first 2 games on Master with natural ramps. Or he just feels as though he can't punish MaxPax for taking the Nexus anyway, so he just wants to try and play the, you know, the matching kind of build order, and he feels most comfortable doing that on this map with a ramp himself. MaxPax is just so confident, though. I always feel as though MaxPax's build's always just that little bit cleaner, slash a bit greedier, perhaps, even. I just think it's very interesting as we just have our Phoenix moving through. The Stalker is going to go hitting the pylon. That one's going to go down. It's not, actually, because the Phoenix is going to lift the Stalker, so the Stalker is going to be in trouble here for MaxPax. Now the Phoenix is showing up though from MaxPax. Hero actually is going to be able to start off this fight. Good micro, saves one, kills one. Yeah, advantage as we do lose the pylon in the end though, and that decals the Stargate. So was it worth it? You kill a Phoenix, but you're going to lose almost a Phoenix of build time? Huh, that's interesting, isn't it? That's a very weird question. Like I say, you kind of get a Phoenix, but you lose out at the same time because of the pylon going down because you ignored that Stalker. Well, a very interesting little scenario. Overall, you look at it right now, it's 3 against 3. It's going to be pretty much even, actually. Hero just going to completely embrace the idea of playing Phoenix versus Phoenix here, so we'll go into the Fleet Beacon and get that Phoenix range on the way up. Get that started as well. Probe comes over, blocks the pylon on the right-hand side, or gets the pylon set up there. Fleet Beacon on the way through as well. Let's bring that into play. Let's see where things will go. You see now Phoenix then still producing out. We're going to see the Phoenix range as well. Like I say, that's going to be a little faster here from Hero, so a little advantage to him there. No Fleet Beacon in sight actually from MaxPax. A huge difference if Hero successfully gets to that Phoenix range lead and is able to take advantage of it in some trades. See MaxPax has the Phoenix right there. The Phoenix range is kicking in shortly. We're going to actually jump forward. See a Hero is not stacked up and loses a Phoenix instantly, and that's why you got to have your Phoenix stacked, because if all your opponent's Phoenix shoot at the same time, now he has range though. Yeah, that's the issue for MaxPax. Range is now available, and Hero has that advantage. MaxPax sees it because A, the range is larger, but also the shots become purple. Oh, but now it doesn't matter because he turns and Hero wasn't ready to pull away, and that's just going to be a lot of Phoenix loss for Hero, because as long as you stay in range, the range upgrade doesn't matter, right? So now both players lose a bunch of Phoenix. Currently 7 lost on each side. Hero still has a substantial amount of time to take advantage of the range upgrade. The problem being is that, once again, this is only a range upgrade advantage, and if you end up kind of getting too close initially, then MaxPax turns around, you don't pull away yourself in time, then you're just going to end up in trouble as well, so a little bit tough. Have our Phoenix continue to come about. Just going to be seeing a couple Phoenix in the way. The Phoenix range still coming about. Probe moving back over. Gonna go get a little grab here. As you see a pylon coming down. Obviously, map control being established. MaxPax actually has pylons blocking both the third base locations of Hero, so he's going to double expand to the fourth base locations. A little bit more exposed, but obviously this is not necessarily going to come down to being a ground army anyways, so maybe that just doesn't really matter. And you continue across, just going to see our Nexus continuing by as well. So it's going to be hitting pylon, going to be taking some damage. A couple Stargates, and the Phoenix will continue now. A couple Nexus coming through. But the ship is building on the side of MaxPax, so he's going to take it to another level here. He is going to go get that mothership up and online, and we'll see if anyone's going to start building carriers at any point as well. Come over, just gonna grab a zealot. Phoenix gonna get a shot off there. That's a traitor piece. I actually think that was a second Phoenix lost there for Hero, but he gets one more kill there in the end as well. We go back and forth. Hero. And again, it's all about clumping those Phoenix. They all fire at once. They all fire at the same thing. Is pretty much always the goal there. Oh, the cloaking comes up, and that means you can't fight back. Now we're actually going to make an oracle to answer the cloaking. So you can't fight this if the cloaking is active, and that's Hero jumping in, feeling like he could get a shot off there. He did, but then, oh no, he doesn't realize how far forward the Phoenix are. Hero's going to be losing multiple Phoenix as MaxPax does take some return fire. The numbers 14 to 12 favoring Hero. We go back forward again. Obviously, Mothership can't cast Cloak again so soon. This is problematic as well, though, because now you don't want to hit the Mothership at all, so you've got to try and target fire the Phoenix, which doesn't always happen naturally. Ooh. Hitting a few shots off on the Mothership is fine, but you don't want to just hit that Mothership forever. It's got so much HP. If you're wasting your time hitting that Mothership, you're not having a good time elsewhere. Losing a couple more Phoenix. 24 Phoenix lost each so far. Go back and forth, trying to target down. We're just going to commit. I think at this point you just kill the Mothership off. 14 to 9 Phoenix. So it's actually going to be in Hero's favor. It looks as though he has been able to trade well enough throughout all of this. And he comes in and he's going to control the natural, which is obviously an issue as we can start to kill probes, camp out a Stargate. I genuinely thought the Mothership was getting a lot of value out of this for MaxPax, but clearly not good enough. Also, I guess maybe Hero double expanding so soon maybe helped him out a little bit in that regard. Phoenix is coming through, the Oracle sets up the rest of Phoenix on the way, plus one air weapons comes about, just going to get a Phoenix grabbed. Probes continue to drop 7, 8, 9 workers going down currently. The plus one air weapons is still coming up to finishing. Phoenix still overhead, going to get another grab. A few of those probes keep on getting picked off as well. A lot of probes going down for the moment. We do just have ourselves the Phoenix going back over the other direction. Again, a couple more shots coming through. Phoenix still taking hits. Hero is clearly at an advantage in terms of Phoenix numbers now, also in the worker count. Both players lost a lot of workers, but Hero is just rebuilding more comfortably, as now these Phoenix are kind of stuck. They're never going to get away, and they are outnumbered, which means that Hero is going to win this out. I really felt like this was a game that MaxPax was kind of playing some of the better trades in the Phoenix, but yeah, Hero was able to, again, get rid of that Mothership especially, and then come out the other side of it. Things continue to fire up again. Forge coming through. The probes are on the way. Another ship continuing to produce right now. You have Phoenix still building from MaxPax on the other side. Zealot about halfway done. The Phoenix going to get across the far left. Just going to go grab one Phoenix there. Going to go jump on a second Phoenix as well. A few different shots coming about. GG is going to get called for MaxPax, and that is going to be Hero taking game number 2. And we're tied up. We're going to go to game number 3 of the PvP here, as Hero gets it done, does what is necessary. And we are going to get into our final map of this first semi-final. So, game 3 happening on Ghost River. And obviously this map starts to be different with no ramp on the natural, so we're already, before the game begins, realizing that this is likely going to be a little bit of a different looking game as well to the last couple, which have been very much so about establishing the Nexus very quickly on both sides. Now, we know MaxPax likes to establish the Nexus quickly no matter the map. The question will be, is Hero going to be comfortable to match him here on a map like Ghost River? That's what we figure out in a couple moments' time. Our players in the lobby, and we should be able to kick this off. I really felt like MaxPax took so many bad... I want to go look back on that game because I felt like there was so many moments I was like, surely this is bad for Hero. He's hitting the mothership. He goes in to hit, but the damage doesn't go off because the cloaking goes up. But there must have been some reason why Hero was, I think, just expanding faster and had better eco, made up for those mistakes in terms of how he traded, and made it so that it was okay anyways, because there was multiple moments where MaxPax was taking the edge here. Phoenix there, right? And then, yeah, MaxPax was not able to capitalize on it all. As Ghost River comes up, let's see how this series resolves, and let's see who enters the WardiTV Mondays number 7 Grand Finals. As we are going to have in the top right corner of the map. He took the first game but lost the second. This is MaxPax. Top left, our red Protoss is Hero. Game 3 of the series. Match here so far. As a gateway comes in on both sides and gets set up. See where we can go. A little bit of chrono boosting coming out of the Nexus there. Start us off. Alright, some of this coming up, gates coming by. Have ourselves the moving about. So Cybercore's coming up. We got this rolling here for the moment. Cybercore coming up, gateway coming about. Probe continues to move across, just going to be having a couple stalkers coming up. The Stargate's coming through as well. And the warp gate coming through. Stargate is online from MaxPax. There's the Nexus as well. Obviously, double gateway from here is the much more traditional way to play the PvP, and especially on a map like this one. But nothing about MaxPax's PvP is truly traditional, to be fair. The Stalkers are going to fight, the Adept taking some damage. Cavalry Zealot trying to get through, Stalkers taking some hits. Oracle activating. With the Oracle, we're actually going to be able to start pushing these Stalkers back, so kind of what you want, but then 2 more Stalkers show up. Battery going to put some work in here. Oracle obviously using its energy means it can't be as effective across the map as well. That definitely becomes a factor too. Couple of gates going to finish morphing here shortly. Now Hero adds 2 more gateways on the proxy, so he's just going to fully send this. And he's going to try and break MaxPax down with the good old 4 gate. There was a while where MaxPax was, you know, pretty weak to this, and he actually lost a few games. Think about Goblin beating MaxPax a couple of times with this as well, but that was a while ago, honestly. It's been a hot minute since I've seen MaxPax really lose just a good old 4 gate, to be honest. Can Hero make this work? Can 4 gateways be good enough? Back at home, the Stalker plus Battery will play the defense against that Oracle, trying to ensure that that doesn't go anywhere too far and become anything too major of an issue. Stalker's going to start hitting. A couple Stalkers pull back up that ramp. Zealot warps in as well. We hit the Nexus again as Hero. Patience is definitely key, as we're actually going to turn this onto the good defense against the Stasis Ward. Patience is key. The reason being is that you need enough Stalkers to one-shot the Void Rays through the batteries. So you do not want to commit your Stalkers until you have that amount ready, because then you can make the Void Rays kind of not really that effective at all. Hitting the Nexus during these times is fine as long as you're not actually losing too much. So gate coming online from MaxPax here. Hero not going to go too quickly, hitting this Nexus. Happy to take it slow and steady. Like I say, I don't think that's a terrible concept right now, to just take it a little bit slow and to let this kind of build up and build through. A few more shots on the Nexus there. A couple sentries coming by, going to get the Force Fields. This is where you got to decide what you want to do. Force Field again, and we get a Stalker. 3rd Void Ray up. Prismatic Alignment popped on 2 of the Void Rays. Do we have enough Stalkers to shoot through the Void? It's going to be the question, as that Nexus is getting lower and lower. 3 more Stalkers warp in. Hero is going to go for it. He hits one of the Voids, but he doesn't get a kill. A few probes pulling forward too. The probes pulling forward are so annoying because they stop the Stalkers from wandering up and getting in reach of the Void Ray, because obviously you've got a lot of Stalkers. You need them all to shoot that Void Ray at the same time, so that's what the probes kind of stop from happening. These Stalkers are going to do the same thing, creating a body block of a defense. Super Battery fades away. We're going to get back onto this Nexus. We did put some of the Super Battery onto the Nexus as well to give it some shields back. It's been a beautiful defense from MaxPax so far. 2 of the Void Rays are hurting, but is that going to matter as Hero tries to chase forward? Loses the Sentry now as well. Hits the Nexus again. Obviously hitting the Nexus is one thing, but is that going to necessarily be enough? Now we can actually get rid of some of these Void Rays, but no, the Battery's going to put the work in. All the Void Rays are shooting. Stalkers are going to go down. GG should be called, because Hero just lost everything. Beautiful defense from MaxPax. He is so good at controlling against these 4 gateways of aggression. Hero tries to go back on the Nexus, doesn't have it. Again, that's the cool part of it as well, is that MaxPax is using that Nexus HP as a resource. You know, he's saying, okay, this is buying me time to get up to 4 Void Rays. Obviously just lost 1, but he had 4 Void Rays at one point of this, and just never exposed them to the point where those Stalkers could step forward and get that kill. Hero has to GG out, and MaxPax moves through to the finals, and Shin versus Clem will be coming up next. So we're going to get Shin versus Clem underway. Kick this off in a couple of moments and get into this TVZ, guys. Second semi-final of the day coming up as MaxPax makes another one of these finals. Incredible stuff. Alright, so MaxPax and Shin just going, Clem and Shin, just waiting for them to give us the map order. Oceanborn, Alcyone, and Amphion going to be the maps. Perfect. We'll start up on Oceanborn then. So this TVZ ready to go. Perfect. Alright, so Shin and Clem coming up, guys. ZVT ready to begin very soon. And for... There we last man to join us. And we'll swap our players into the player slots and get this ready to begin, guys. So it's going to be TVZ. Pick this off in a sec. Alright, players ready. Let's jump into game number 1. It is going to be Oceanborn. Let's kick off into this. Clem versus Shin. Best of 3 TVZ. Chat's angry because of the PvP meta. That's a good one. That's not always how it goes. I can appreciate the PvP meta being the complaints today. Something a bit different. Bottom right hand corner, we are going to start off our Zerg versus Terran semi-final in the bottom right with the red Zerg player Shin. Top left-hand side, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid is Clem, your StarCraft 2 world champion. Alright, let's see what these guys are going to get up to then. I mean, honestly, Shin Clem's been interesting lately. Shin has beaten Clem a couple of times. I'm kind of conflicted, right? Because I kind of wanted to not be in MaxPax Clem finals. But also, in tomorrow's round of 8 of the WardiTV October, we're going to have Shin versus MaxPax best of 5 anyways. So I'm kind of like, well, maybe we should just, you know, maybe I cheer on the Clem versus MaxPax final and we get to watch some Clem MaxPax today. And then, because with the alternative, we're going to end up seeing tomorrow anyways, basically, right, is what I'm saying, so. Yeah. Like I said, I guess the TLDR of that is, whoever wins here, we're going to be kind of happy about it, because we're either going to get to see Clem MaxPacks, which is great, or maybe we get to see a preview of tomorrow's awesome ZVP between Shin and MaxPacks. Should be a lot of fun as well. Again, tomorrow, Gumiho versus Oliveira, Shin versus MaxPacks, Clem versus Rogue, and Showtime versus Spirit, all going to be coming up. Make sure you check out all of that. Hatchery coming up onto the third base. That's going to be seen a Reaper going to fly drone taking some shots. Couple shots going through. Queen going to be there. Push the Reaper back. Ling's going to jump onto the rocks. Link speed coming up. A few drones on the way. The factory about to complete. The orbital command building from Clem. And Link speed continues to build into play for the moment. Again, a couple more Hellions on the way out as we get set up. Pulling back there for the moment or two. I'm just going to be stepping away. Looking pretty so far. Is Cyril completely busy with military duty nowadays? Cyril has finished the military, if I'm not mistaken. There's in typical Cyril fashion. He's just not really playing any online events, which is, like I say, pretty typical of Cyril, so not really too surprising there. As our Lings and our Ling speed come up, Queen gonna drop a little grenade, or get hit by a little grenade there. The Reaper and the Hellions pull back the other direction. back on the way. A few queens are producing. The Lings and a couple of drones on the way out as well. Reaper and Hellions going to be there to push the queen back a little bit. Factory will jump off the reactor, move to the side. Barracks will go to the reactor. Again, the Reaper and the two Hellions join together. The queens are going to be there. Two more Hellions are going to come joining up as well. Is going to run into this mineral line. SCV is going to get jumped on straight away, so a bunch of SCVs taking damage. Now the Hellions going to start coming back home to deal with this. So already Shin showing us exactly the kind of Zerg he is, which is a very aggressive Zerg. Counter-attacking and finding extreme success. A Marino 2 going down plus 8 SCVs. And the Hellions had to come all the way home, and they've not even done anything because everything was dead by the time they got there, but they felt like they had to come home anyway. Ouch. Painful start for Clem. Shin gets off to a great beginning at the start of this best of 3, moving into the lair and the Roach Roaring. I wonder if off damage like that, a strong, I wonder if after damage like that, a strong Roach and a Ravager timer would just be like extremely effective, because Clem's going to be a little bit off from where he wants to be. Helling continues over. Lair coming through. The Overlords are producing. Drones on the way up as well. Seeing that Evolution Chamber also building there as a couple of Extractors continue about. Our Creep Teamers continue up. Just gonna see those Hellions there straight away. Just gonna see a Ling getting turned around. Still got ourselves the Lings, Roach speed coming up as well. Plus 1 Carapace continue to come through. Ling goes down. I mean, this is the push where you get a little bit concerned maybe for Shin, because Hellbats are available, the Marines have Stim. We just got the first Roaches. Not quite really hearing good numbers yet, so a few drones start to go down. The Lings are stuck behind the Queen. Shin not really in position to fight this at all. He's scared to put the Lings in because the Hellbats are in the front. He wants the Roaches to show up, but it's just taking so long for them to get here. 5 drones go down. Now the first Roach pops on that right side, goes down as well. And those drones are in the corner. Now you've actually pushed the units away, and so Shin going to be in a ton of trouble as this attack of Clem is going to be, well, just melting through this baseline. Now he is on a counterattack, and 8 SCVs went down. That doesn't quite make up the 18 drones lost. It's something at least, though, as now a few Marines defensively with those SCVs will come about. Roaches are starting to get into better numbers now to play this defense, but again, just took a long time for those Roaches to be popping. And that was the issue for Shin here, as he's ended up on 24 lost workers during this. Yo, damn ops, thank you by the way for the 4-month resub on the Prime, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate the resub. Thank you for using the Prime on the channel. Marines are going to continue about. We do have still 1-1 upgrades building on the side of Clem, so we get those upgrades on the way. The few Marines, Medivacs, and Siege Tank coming through. And 7 additional drones coming about from Shin. The Queen on the way up. The Creep Team is continuing to produce. And Reaper continue to gather. Medivac's going to be there. Scan's going to come down. Krypton is going to drop. The Overlord gets picked away at. Queens continue to get jumped on as well. Just be seeing this Queen going to get grabbed as well. Nice little shutdown. That's a Roach and a few more Lings running over. Now the Medivac's load up and they're going to drop back on toward that third base actually. You can see the Ling Roach Ravager moving through as well. +1 missiles and the +2 Carapace continue to move on through. The 11 additional Roaches will be building on the side of Shin. So continue to bring those Roaches up. Marines will continue to fight. Another Queen here over in the corner, taking a few more shots. Is going to get jumped on as well as we dive into the main base. The Queen will go down. The Roach is getting jumped on as well. It's just going to be chasing straight after that. The Medivacs coming across to that right-hand side. And Clem, obviously just in this moment now where your opponent's playing Roaches, so it's kind of a slow-moving army, so you can just drop them to death. As you've created some momentum for yourself, and there's not really much to cause Clem to lose momentum here. There's a couple of those drones going to get jumped on. The +1 missiles and the +2 Carapace continue to come up. And stemming down, loading back into the Medivacs once again. Medevac's going to continue over still. Another couple of drones continue to get picked away at still. More damage being done. Marine tank medevac coming through the center. Just going to be seeing the 2-2 on the way up, plus one vehicle weapons coming in as well. Marines are going to be sitting over on that right-hand side. Loading up again into those medevacs. Roach Ravager is on the other side of the map. I mean, this could be where it goes wrong for Clem. Some kind of a weird base trade. Could be a way for Shin to get back into this. If you can somewhat negate the army on that side and then push through, but he has to go with everything at the front in the same place. Like, fighting these few Marines with a little clunk of roaches, that ain't it. I think you got to get forwards here and get forward quickly. No high ground vision, though, so high ground siege tanks defensively are going to be extremely good. That's going to make it very tough for Shin as these Marines working their way through the Overlords. And a couple of drones coming down. Corrosive Valves are going to launch themselves towards all of these different siege tanks. So a lot of tanks going down. Marines are dropping. Tanks still firing. Roaches and Queens taking big shots. Another tank going down again. Roach Ravager still just getting absolutely demolished. I mean, the problem is, Shin had to probably do this on the other side of the map while also somewhat defending at home, or at least slowing Clem down. Obviously, Clem could probably just come back and deal with this Roach Ravager force. GG is called, and I think rightly so. This one is going to go the way of Clem, and he's going to open with that 1-0 lead here in this best of 3. As we get ourselves ready for game number 2, which is going to be on Alcyone. Let's get this set up and ready to rumble into a second game. Alright, Clem gets the 1-0 advantage. Rough start for him, but then Shin just did not have Roaches ready for the Hellbat Marine push, and that was a big issue in the end, so that became pretty painful. I honestly didn't hate the idea of going into the Roaches and Ravagers, just kind of this idea of, hey, look, what we can do here is get the Roach Ravager across into, a position where I've done damage early, but then you should never be taking damage playing Roach Ravager, right? Not when you've dealt damage yourself. That was just, again, a case of the Roaches were late, and then the damage in the position was already created for Clem, and Shin probably didn't handle it that well. Probably should have realized if he was going to have to back it up straight away, pull the drones towards his natural, because then at least the drones aren't going to get stuck in the corner, which is what eventually happened and caused so many of those drones to go down. Going to kick off into game number 2 of this best of 3. Second map coming in then in just a moment. Going straight into Alcyone. In the top right-hand side, our blue Zerg player. This is going to be Shin. In the top right corner, he is going to be down a game against the red Terran from Team Liquid. In the bottom left, we have Clem. Alrighty, so game number 2, Clem up 1. And we are just a map away from another of those cheeky little Clem MaxPacks grand final best of 5s. Last 2 weeks has been 3-1 for Clem. Well, today just been more of the same. So far, it seems like it might be. You guys excited for Clem MaxPacks finals? Is that okay, even if it's been the 3rd week in a row or something? It's crazy. But we just keep on getting these two. I know they're both good. The fact that they're both going to keep on beating out all the Korean players to kind of make the finals week after week is kind of crazy, though. It's a little bit ridiculous. Reaper going to be popping, a couple of queens and a few lings on the way out as we settle into this for now. Is Shin still all in nowadays? Yeah, Shin can play a pretty mean macro game as well, to be honest. Like, I would still tend to say he's more of an aggressive Zerg, but I think it would be unfair to say that he's just all in all the time. I think he does have a good variety of ways in which he can play and a good variety of ways in which he does, you know, set up. Killing's moving across the map, so Shin gonna try and sneak those around for something, as the Reaper's gonna be here dealt with by 2 lings and a queen. See if those lings can get anything done over the next few moments. Oh, we try to get the creep team, it doesn't happen though. The Reaper will go down, it will get killed. SCV goes down, so these lings are seeing some success. Gonna go for the reactor. Of course, an SCV or 2 off the line. Gonna get actually a 3rd SCV here. Not bad at all for a group of lings. 4 SCVs. Oh my goodness, this is way more than I thought. We're gonna end up seeing. All comes from that Reaper going down. So the Reaper goes down. Is not there to help the defense at all, and these lings are able to get 4 SCVs. Pretty major damage again. Shin the first to strike. They're able to get a little bit done. Let's hope his follow-up here can be a little bit smoother this time around. Hellion moves about, just going to see a couple more Hellions on the way. Again, Link Speed coming through with the Overlords in production as well. Going to be seeing the Starport chilling, Tech Lab coming in by the barracks. I'm just going to see the drones coming about, queens coming through, the lings. Ling speed coming about as well. Cloaking on the way, Hellion on the way. Just seeing the Hellion's going to run by and toward the naturals. So just going to try and get through there as the lings going to turn onto those Hellions. The drones going to be coming about as well. Banshee, more Hellions still on the way up here. That cloaking continuing through as well. Just going to be seeing that barracks continue to come about currently. Hellion's moving back over. Again, Banshee cloaking, Stimpak coming through. And see our Queen's just going to come back around. Hellion's going to be setting up as well. And again, Cloak coming up. The Stimmer's on the way. Marine the Banshee coming over. Banshee gonna fire. It's gonna be hitting that hatch a little bit. Banshee's gonna shoot. Hatch gonna take damage. Second Banshee showing up. This hatchery getting kind of low as the Queen's coming around, and going to be seeing the hatch continue to take some shots. It's obviously going to be very low when it's done. At least we can transfuse it back up if needed, though. One, the Overlords continue to come through. We are going to go into those missile upgrades. This is going to run across, just going to jump onto the mineral line. SCVs coming through. We're just going to be seeing the Marines going to be quick to stim, though, so that's going to be pretty good defense from Clem. Quick response. It's going to be seeing the rest of this Marine tank. Medevac coming back over. Roach is coming over the side. Okay, now our infestation bit about to be done, so we are going to tech into that hive here as Shin. He's going to hit the Bane Nest as well, so ready for a transition from the Roaches into the next stage of this game, which is going to be with Banelings, and with the potential to hit hive also should be very good for him. He's going to come across. Hatchery going down. Medevac's load up. Just going to see the, again, Roach Speed, the 1-1 upgrades all coming through. Bane Nest, Hive continuing to come about also here currently. Roach Ravage is going to knock down a set of rocks. Again, Siege Tank coming through, Combat Shield coming about. Again, the Armory and the rest of this coming through as well. So these Marines continue to stim over, just going to get rid of some more of those creep tumors as well, so continue to do well there. The Marines are going to start fighting back a little bit too. Lings, Roach, Queen coming about. G2 upgrades still coming through. The Combat Shield is about to finish. Adrenal Glands obviously coming up. I mean, Shin's getting into the late game. If that's what he wants, then he's going to be able to get that. Let's see how Roach Ravager is going to get there. The Medevac going to get pushed away to that right-hand side. Vipers continue to come up. Ultra Cavern is over halfway done. 15 additional Banelings coming through is just going to be seen out Roach Ravager. He's able to push back this Medevac. Now, Clem's going to come up the left-hand side as well. Shin on his way to the Ultra Cavern. Kind of the game where you probably expect Clem will probably need to go into Ghost and so on just to deal with the later stages of this game. I think Roach Rav just going to keep on moving through. He's going to fight here a little few bits and pieces coming about as well. We'll have ourselves the Ling Roach Ravager Bane continue to come across too, so just continue to get going. Vane's coming across. Marine's going to load back into the Medevacs. Overseer overhead. Again, +2, +3. Continue to come around as well. So, upgrades continuing through from Shin. +2 melee, +3 carapace still building, like I say, so that's going to be Shin on decent upgrades. 2-2's already in from Clem. He isn't that fact getting those ghosts up, but Shin has been pretty good at deflecting these drop attempts. Spine's coming up, a few more Lings and Overseers coming through. Melee and Carapace coming up as well, 3-3. It's coming by, and a couple of Medevacs coming through, CCs, and a few more missile turrets on the way out as well here. This army ready to go, attack into this. There's the bio. Is it going to come through? Bane coming about, Roach Ravager coming through, Blinding Clouds coming in. Pulls back once again. 3-3 coming about. Missile turret on the way through. Just going to be having a scan coming about as we do drop a couple of creep teamers down. Changeling's just going to get picked away as our rocks in the center will go down. 3-3 coming about. +3 melee, +3 carapace coming in. The Ultra's still coming around as well. Just going to be seeing the Viper's going to do some consuming. Just going to get there. A couple of SCVs. Just going to be going down. Marines and the Ghost going to get chased or chase away over that right-hand side. So the Roaches get pushed back over there. A few Marines continue to fire through. The Bane's going to crash in. A couple Marines going down. Shin looking for options to attack. Obviously, he's got this aggressive army, so he wants to try and make use of it. Clem has to step back here. Let the tank do some work. He's got a tank on the high ground as well. That goes down pretty quickly. Clem is still running, but man, so many more siege tanks. Banes start to crash in. Couple Ghosts going down. Clem's supply is the one that plummets as Shin honestly takes a pretty reasonable fight here. As he retreated, it's always a scary moment for the Zerg. He's going to get away with multiple Ultras alive as well, so yeah, that's actually going to be really nice, I would say. Being able to get away with multiple Ultras is really quite incredible. Now these Vipers are going to go consuming up these Spine Crawlers as well. So going to get some energy back onto the Vipers as well. Get that on the way up. Again, 3-3 upgrades, +2 vehicle weapons, also in production right now. I bring all of that through. Keep that going. You can see the Ultra's going to dive forward. A couple of EMPs going down. The Viper's getting hit and losing their energy. Blind Cloud's trying to come down as well. Maybe not as pretty of a start to this fight from Shin. He gets the Planetary Fortress. Obviously, Shin can afford to rebuild 57 Banelings. I mean, his economy is not endless. He's only on 76 drones, which is below the Terran player. I mean, you cannot just rebuild again and again and again on that. Ghost and the tanks continue to come through. So we're seeing Thora coming up. Plus one attack coming in. It's going to roll forward. Missile turret goes down. Planetary Fortress going to be in some trouble. Just going to dive straight onto both of those. Snipes coming through. The tank's going to get grabbed. A few more snipes continuing in as well, and that is going to be a chase back. Lings and the rest coming through again. The Marauders and the Ghosts continue to come up as well, +3 vehicle weapons on production. Getting that on the way. The Neo Steel plating coming through as well. Easy going to lift off, just going to move that forward, is going to go jump on towards the gold base. Missile turrets and sense towers coming through. Another 23 SCVs falling. That's another good fight from Shin. This time, I mean, he rebuilds 116 links. Obviously, he's losing units, but the instant rebuild is obviously terrifying. Clem's trying to sit on the 5 bases, but he's just not really able to get beyond those 5 bases or anything. Have you seen the +3 vehicle weapons finishing from Clem? I mean, Clem will just continue to sit there. He's playing a game right now where he just has to sit back and hope that resources lost can be his friend, but so far the resources lost is even. And it's not like Clem is really mining that much more than Shin, which, to be fair, Shin kind of needs it to look like that, because Shin is not exactly, like I said, at one point he didn't have a ton of drones, which is true. He doesn't have a ton of drones, but he has enough drones for the fact that he's trading the way he is with Clem. If he was trading like 5, 10k resources lost, worse for wear, then you would probably need 90 drones to keep on doing this, but that's just not being the case. The Bane's going to roll up, Plan Tree will go down, Ravages will get there, a few more Lings are going to get picked away at. Couple shots coming through, tanks will fire, Ling Bane, Ultra, back up that right hand side. He's going to wrap, Marauder going down, a couple of Liberator shots coming through as well. Another Infestor going to go step forward. That's going to be a fungal catch. The Ghost right there, going to grab that. And Bane Ravager trying to step up. Ghost continuing through. Another fungal comes down. Bio going to get caught. Again, siege tanks and Liberators continue to come around. We get more and more tanks, more and more libs. It becomes more and more difficult for Shin to obviously break through and to really kind of find value in some of these moments, right? So definitely becomes a little bit of an issue perhaps as we scan up once again. A couple of missile turrets will get placed. We're just going to go swipe. We have ourselves the tanks, the Marauders, the +1 vehicle plating coming up also. Another couple of snipes and the Ultralisk will go down now. Still continue to step forward for the moment. Five Broodlords, obviously the Broodlord switch, something you can typically do at this stage of the game because you've made yourself rich throughout this, and so you can switch into those broods before your opponent has a great response to them. Fightbagger's gonna get sniped there as it gets left alone though, so Clem finding some good snipes, some good moments to get some snipes off, and Shin. I mean, this is the moment he chose to go Broodlords. Like, this is the moment he needs to start finding something, and I'm a little bit worried that all of the attack, or all the defense here from Clem is able to just just kind of blob up together on this gold base, and so there's not really a lot of angles for Shin to go at. I wonder if it would have been worth him still running something towards the 9 o'clock base. Just during this could have been perhaps interesting. There's a couple of snipes, Broodlord still getting taken down. Clem, not exactly rich. He is on pretty much no gas bank, a few minerals, sure. But that's about that, as we just have the Ghosts continue to step forward. EMPs available, snipes available. Of course, we want to keep those Infestors out of energy as best as possible as well. Another fungal growth comes down. The Ghosts going to be coming about. Bioshots going through as well. We're going to see a bigger fungal actually does land this time. Of course, the fungals will cancel a lot of the snipes and their availability there. Brute's going to step up. Mule goes down. It's going to be seeing the Liberator going to sit there as well. We do have a lot more Lings continue to come by. Ghosts, Marines, and Aurora and the Thor continue to come about. Siege tank gets grabbed. A couple of Libs are going to relocate. Bio and Ghosts going to step up as well, as you just have Spore and that hatchery both going down. It's just going to get those grabbed. Again, 21 Banes in production as Shin's ready to go, jumping in a much more major way. The Infestors are running through with tanks firing at them. That's scary. I mean, the Infestors are not really near anything they want to fungal right now. So many Ghosts available. There's the fungal growth you're looking for. Catch some of those Ghosts in the front and just stop them from sniping the Broodlords. Trying to keep these Broodlords active. We run away from the snipes there. We don't actually lose one. They were spread damage. Now another fungal lands, and the Banes are going to take the chance to roll up. Of course, you still got to respect the siege tanks. Shin has 3k, 2k. It's not the largest bank in the world, but it ain't the smallest either. Another fungal landing. The Banes trying to capitalize on these fungals. Tanks and Ghosts getting turned around again. Bio Ghost Thor's going to be there. A couple changes getting knocked down. Hero Parasite coming through. The Bane's and the +3 flyer attack coming in. The Ling Bane going to take a jump forward. Infestor's going to pop up out of the ground. They're going to get turned around immediately. The Ghost still standing there. A couple of Corrosive Vials landing as well. First Infestor goes down. Ling's going to get turned away. More Ghosts going to go snipe. Again, Neural Parasite building, +3 flyer attack coming up. 18 Lings in production. Tank and Ghost continue to produce. Neural is always fun to utilize as well. We'll see if we can get a good Neural off at all. Of course, we'll step up. We will see the couple of Spines and Spores getting tagged. Snipes coming in towards those Broods once again. The Broods are going to get going one more time. Snipe. Bunch of Broods taking a bunch of damage. 24 minutes here on our side. I mean, Clem is going to be running out of places to mine from, given a little bit more time. I mean, Shin has just got the creep spread and bases on pretty much every base on the map, apart from this gold, which has obviously only got a little bit of mining left on it. Things will get there. Marauder's taking damage. A few shots coming through. Broodlord still set in the center. Viking's gonna fire up. The Broodlord's getting chased away again. Just have ourselves the army continue to come back over. The Ghosts and the tanks continue to produce the jungle there, but okay, we're gonna catch the force for a second, but the Medivacs will play the evacuation game. Nothing to capitalize on the Medivac. Shin losing a lot of supplies. He decides to just go for it. Siege tanks start to go down. We finally catch a fungal growth or two on the Ghost as the Infestor's caught up. That's massive. Shin rebuilds. 32 Lings and 8 Ultras. The Ghost count hurting now. Well, hurting. It's still at 10. I guess more Ultras now that there's less snipes available should be huge. Gonna be seeing the +3 missiles still coming up. 7 additional Queens. Shin is low on gas, so he's going to spend his minerals as best he can. Obviously, Queens build up their energy, transfuse the Ultras, can essentially turn minerals into gas in a way by keeping the Ultras alive longer. Not a terrible approach of it. Just gonna get mining. Orbital sitting still. Ling, Bane, and Festa continue to come up. We got our Marauder, Marine, and Ghost continue to come through also. See how Lings and our Ultras continue to run up. The Bane's are going to be there as well. A couple of tanks getting knocked down as we go. Clem's rebuild is obviously non-existent in comparison to Shin's because Clem had been run out of money. Shin had run him to the ground, and eventually Shin is going to win this game. Doing everything he had to win this in the right way, which is to be patient, to be slow, to be steady. Have my camera crash, so it looks as though I'm just sat there still. Because the sun, guys, it makes the room too warm for the camera. Hello, we're back. Yeah, there you go. So we're going to go into our game number 3, and we are going to be all tied up here between Clem and Shin. What's the final map? Final map is Amphion. Perfect. Let's wrap this up on Amphion then as we go to 1-1 and Shin is on the verge of an upset against Clem. Let's see if we can bring it back. We go to central server, so a little bit of server advantage to Clem for this one. Keep that in mind as well. Definitely a factor. Yo, Wiserman SC, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you very much indeed. As we get into third final game of this semi-final. Clem MaxPacks coming up after this as well, guys. Actually, it's turned into a bit of a longer event, this one. 3.5 hours, second semi-final. Just now going into its final map. Okay. Didn't actually see that happening originally, but I guess it didn't really feel like it's been a long day of games, does it? Not that 3.5 hours is long, just... I wouldn't be surprised if this was sub 3 hours right now, I'm trying to think. I guess we did a little bit of waiting to get into some matches. I guess Beyond Estraya was a bit long. Yeah. Alright, ready GLHF. GGs are being called. Let's go into our third and final game between Clem and Shin. As in this game, Shin really just was able to keep trading effectively against Clem while taking over the map, and that's such a big key thing when it comes to these big TVZs like that. Going into Amphion here for in a moment or two. In the top left, our blue Zerg is going to be Shin. In the bottom left, our red Terran is going to be Clem. Of the series. As we get this ready to go. Overlord is coming about, spawning pool coming up, Rax and the SCV. It's going to be coming in for the moment. Hatchery will drop onto the naturals, just going to get that on the way. Barracks is going to be finishing up, the SCV coming around. Let me just take a couple moments, sit back, chill out, relax. Enjoy the scenery of Amphion before chaos ensues. Last couple games, Shin's been the first to strike early with aggressive Lings coming around and getting into some positions and making the most of those scenarios. Interested to see if something along those lines comes about and happens again as the SCV of Clem gets back towards the top side of the map. So just going to get up towards the natural expansion here for a few moments. In position. Overlord chilling out overhead. Commands into building. Reaper hops out onto the map as well. It's just going to begin to move over there. As the SCV just going to patrol to help with this Reaper over the next few moments. And SCV just comes about. Just going to be seeing a couple of queens and the drones coming around as well. So we get all of that up and rolling for now. SCV patrolling over on this third base location. Again, link speed, queens, and drones continue to come through as well. Maybe we can take a couple shots, a few hits going back the other way. I'm just gonna hit. SCV gonna take some nibbles. These shots continue to come around here, there, and everywhere. Again, just a couple cyclones on the way from Clem. We've seen Clem do this against Solar last week, I believe. Pretty aggressive way to play things out. It was actually a pretty fun way to play things out as well. Interesting to see where that goes as we just have the orbital continue to come on through. Cyclone comes across, just going to be seeing the SCV coming by. Just going to keep on moving there. There's a couple queens are going to jump in as well, see what else we might be able to get our hands on for a couple of moments. Got that hatchery coming up. Cyclone's still there, going to go after and getting that overload. The Cyclone's already kind of stepping up the aggression a little bit. Putting some damage out. Cyclone's locking on. Queen going to take some shots again. Ling's going to come around the back. And those Cyclones are going to get caught by the Lings with speed. One goes down, the other will fall as well. Oh, just before the Hellions got there, Clem needed to step back 3 seconds earlier, and then he would have got the Hellions to the Cyclones before the Lings get a surround, and then it's a much better trade for Clem. Then you've got to really consider, Shin, whether you want to leave your Lings trying to surround the Cyclones in that moment or not. Queen's gathering. Stim continues to come up. Roach Drone in the leg continues to build. 6 additional drones in production as well, as we do have Hellions now darting up that right-hand side. Again to the top. Drones available to be killed here. Evo Chamber does not go down, but we only get the drone that was built in Evo. The other drone still lives, and the other drones don't get jumped on as we step back instead. Again, React coming up. Factory coming by. Starport is coming in as well. They're building. Drones on the way. Roach Drone coming in. Shin, once again, just loving opening up those roaches into the mid-game. And then, yeah, like last game, he transitioned away from them, but he just loves to get them going initially. Very interesting as the factory moves off the reactor. Starport will land on it instead. First medevac will be on its way out. Make it a second. And Clem's aggression will obviously be scripted into this game now, as you can see exactly where he is going to be headed to over these next few moments. Hellions coming about, a couple creep tumors going down. The Ling's going to try and get a wrap around. Hellions dart back the other way. We will lose one of those Hellions pretty much immediately, as now the Queens and jumped on going back the other side as well. Still got 1-1 upgrades and combat shield coming over. Marines get to step across. Just going to see a few of those Lings get turned around. We'll see the Roach speed and 1-1 missile upgrades continuing by as we speak. So all of that's still coming up. The Ling's going to go back the other direction. One is going to be, what, about halfway done currently. Roach speed is going to be about halfway done. We step onto the creep spread. First queen goes down. Second queen being chased. So 2 queens get dropped already. Just going to go back over the right side. A hatchery on the right. I got jumped on as well. So just going to go jump onto this hatchery. It's going to get killed off, so hatchery will fall. It's a cancel. A couple of SCVs already going down. The siege tanks continue to fire, so 6 SCVs dropping. And just got now 1-1 upgrades coming through. The combat shield is on the way on the side of Clem as well. And that's perfect for these Marines to get involved. Again, Clem's lost a few SCVs in each of these games so far. Didn't really stop him bouncing back in game 1. So just going to get there. A few Marines going to get jumped on again. Medevacs load back up. Those reactors will finish up on the barracks, and again the armor coming through, concussive shells coming in, and again more roaches from Shin continue to produce during this as well. Well, Ling Roach Ravager gets down to the bottom side, ready to swing into perhaps this third base, perhaps the natural options definitely are available there as we settle ourselves towards this location. So in we go. This is much more committed from Shin. There's not as much of a follow-up to this as there has been in the previous games when he's played the Roaches. 1 tank low ground dies immediately. 2nd tank high ground goes down to the bars, and the 3rd tank will follow. Marauder and a few Marines trying to hold the wall in the high ground, but we're going to need SCVs to tank for those bio units. You cannot afford to let the bio units fight this Roach Ravager straight up. I believe a tank just popped out, but it is going to be a question mark of where we're going to put the siege tank next, as obviously it can't be too far forward, otherwise the corrosive vials will be very deadly to it. We're just going to put it here, and that is going to help to defend the natural still. Couple more vials, depot is burning. Repairable though. Now this base has to lift up. Clem has to chase a little because he doesn't want this base to just get biled down. Losing the 3rd would probably be GG no matter what. This was a bit rough for Clem so far, but if you live through this, you are playing against a Roach Ravager army. Your upgrades are going to be even. Bio will just trade better against Roach Ravager. Obviously, one of the bigger issues so far is the fact that we've been losing the siege tanks, and every time we lose a siege tank, that just becomes a little bit costly. That definitely becomes one of the issues that has to remain on our minds. Marine's going to get there, picking off that Overseer, so that will go down to 2 upgrades still coming about. Roaches, Lings, and the drone continuing in. The bio again going to have to turn around as a couple of depots went down there. The bio wanting to come down this ramp. The Roach Ravager going to turn the bio away though. More corrosive vials. Just going to be seeing the orbital lifting up once again. Just going to try and move that back away. A few vials go down. Orbital command going to take the hits. Fire going to fight. The Roach Ravager still coming through. A few more corrosive vials dropping down again. Siege tank still firing. More corrosive vials going off once more. We are going to step forward. Roach Ravager going to get jumped on as Clem does find a way to push this back. Still having to pull some SCVs into this, but I think he's got enough bio now to hold this out. I think this works both ways, though. I think this is also good enough damage from Shin to successfully transition into the Infestation Pit and the Hydralisk Den. And so I think this game just goes on. I think we get to see some later stages. Maybe right now Clem has some momentum because it's still just Roach Ravager, while Clem will have bio units and the ability to drop those bio units around, such as the drop on the right side of the map that's about to come into that fourth base of Shin. That's where I think Clem has an advantage, but it's not going to last forever. I mean, the Infestors are on the way up. The Hydra Den is down. Shin's tech is going to come online. It's just the next couple of minutes before that tech is here that he might still be in some serious trouble. But so far, he defends well. 4 drones go down. The drops attempts on the left side are going to be seen by the creep team early, so he's already moving in position there. More battles. Medivac's pulling away. The 2-2 upgrades coming up. The Lurker Den coming about. Roaches still chasing that Medivac back as the bio unloads into the main base, but it's just going to have to lift up and back the hell out of there as well. Fester about to finish. Still got ourselves the Lurker Den and the Hive continuing through. Bringing those up. Medivac, Marine Road all coming out. +1 vehicle weapons even for Clem. Does have 2-2 against the 2-2. Like I say, countdown to the Lurker Den. He's going to get there. Actually, Corrosive Vials there. Going to be good potentially to combo with the Fungal Growth. Nice catch from Shin. Fire trying to step up this ramp. Infestor's going to drop another Fungal in here. Roach Ravager is still trying to push through, but the Bio Army is going to be able to push away, and the Roach Ravager gets chased. Potential scan in the center. Get rid of some creep. As Medivac goes down, we will at least go for some drones. The Marines making their most of the opportunity in the natural expansion. There's the scan. Clearing the creep out from the middle of the map. It was okay creep spread. It wasn't super crazy. Obviously, considering Shin's controlled the games for 3-4 minutes now, you'd potentially argue that creep could have been better, but that's also a cost of having invested into that initial Roach Ravager attack, is that things such as your creep spread get kind of, left behind a little bit a lot of the time. More Ravagers morphing in again. We think about coming up this ramp. The Roach Ravager going to fight back once more. Corrosive Vials landing onto the siege tank. Good connections. Now moving through, just going to have ourselves a couple more tank shots, hitting the Roaches in a big way. Ravagers coming by as well. Tank is going to go down to those vials as Clem's position here is slowly getting... I mean, he's slowing in terms of being able to advance a little bit, honestly. Rocks go down. Again, size expands and +3 carapace continue up. Fungal Growth will land on the Marines. We're going to split the bio backward. Festus, Roaches, Ravagers still fighting here. A couple more Corrosive Vials going down as well. The Ravagers still trying to fight. Bio trying to step up into this. I think Clem's doing well enough here. The Lings that are reinforcing are not really adding much at all, though we do have the Ravager Pals to get rid of another siege tank. Clem supplies in a lot of medevacs, and so they will evacuate, but he needs ground fighting units as well. He has 13 medevacs and only 20 bio units in the game. Couple tanks back at home too, as reinforcements will start to show up, at least after a stim. The medevacs will get them back to full health immediately. As now we actually load up one medevac to go around the side. Shin and Clem both in weird positions here. Clem's starting to mine from a 4th base location. He's going to move his main base orbital into position there. He's been very committed to this aggression following the opening. So the Lurker going to come up. I mean, 5 Lurkers on the way. A couple of Vipers still coming up as well. There's the orbital. Just going to land out into the center. Still just going to be seeing the Bio going to try and play. The Roach Ravager going to take some shots. Marines will go after a few more drones. Queen going to be taking some hits as well. Ling's going to run over. Liberate a tank. Marine Marauder +3. Continue to come around. Shin getting Lurkers is such a huge deal. I think if this game was not with Lurkers right now, then Clem is absolutely kind of winning it. But because Clem is now up against Lurkers, he has to slow down himself and really consider where he's at in this game. He does not have any ghosts. His Liberator count is 1. So Fungal comes through, and fast Hydra's coming about. Parasite Bomb goes on. The rest of the bio going to continue through. Ling, Hydra, Roach going to continue about. A couple of Vipers going to abduct in the tech units here. This is the issue, is that we've ended up on a teched up army here from Shin, and Clem's army is not teched up in the slightest. And so the tech is really being valued now. You see the Viper Abducts are obviously huge. The Lurkers are being pretty massive as well so far. Just have the Bio continuing to step back. Shin looking to push his way into the WardiTV Monday's Grand Final, looking to break the streak of the Clem MaxPax finals that we've been having. Clem going to try and kite back, because this base cannot really be afforded to be lost, because this was his main orbital relocated already, and that's going to do it. GG has to be called. Shin is going to knock down Clem. Oh, can we scroll back up in the chat and find all the people that told us that Shin was never going to be able to defeat Clem unless Clem was trying something new? Shin's been genuinely good lately and has beaten Clem a couple of times. While I do think he's definitely an underdog in those matchups, I mean, the results are speaking for themselves, you know? I mean, this is going to be Shin's second time in a finals against MaxPax. Actually, this is funny. So MaxPax, this is going to be his 5th finals in the WardiTV Mondays. He's lost the last 3 in a row to Clem. The other one time he was in the finals was against Shin, and he lost that one too as a 5-game series. Shin with the Ling Rush in that final game to close it out. That was an awesome one in WardiTV Mondays number 2. So let's hope that this grand final is going to be full of awesomeness as well. We'll get this Shin MaxPax finals ready to go in a couple of moments. We'll set this up. We'll be back with Clem tomorrow, guys, as tomorrow we'll have Clem versus Rogue. It's part of our round of 8 of the WardiTV October event. In fact, let me just pull this up on the screen quickly while we get videos started here. But yeah, this is what we actually have going on tomorrow, so make sure you come and check this out. So obviously we're not done yet today, just mentioning while we've got a lot of people here that tomorrow live on YouTube and Twitch, we're going to start off actually down here with Oliveira versus Gumiho, and then go MaxPax versus Shin, Clem versus Rogue, Showtime versus Spirit. 4 best of 5s tomorrow, 2 best of 5s, and a best of 7 on Wednesday in the WardiTV October playoffs. Just thought I'd show that to you guys quickly as we get ready for this MaxPax versus Shin series. Zara91, thanks so much for the 58-month resub. Welcome back. Appreciate the 58 months. Thank you so much. And also, again, just shout out to everyone being here. If you're on the YouTube, we've actually got loads of YouTube viewers right now. I'd just love to quickly mention, obviously, like the video. It helps us out a massive amount. Liking that video helps more people find the stream, which is just amazing. It lets us run more StarCraft and do more YouTube stuff. And also, consider subscribing to the YouTube channel. I saw a stat the other day. It was like 15% of our YouTube live stream viewers are subscribed. That's ridiculous. So if you guys are watching on the YouTube and you're not subscribed to the channel, give that sub button a click. You'll just see more kind of notifications when we go live. We don't upload, well, we upload daily. We upload daily YouTube videos, but basically if you like StarCraft, hit that sub button. There's no reason not to. Obviously subscribing on YouTube is just like following on Twitch. It doesn't cost you anything. So if you're not already subscribed on YouTube, I would really love it if you could do that. We have been actually getting a good bit of momentum on YouTube lately, and the way the algorithm works, momentum is great. So I'm going to just try and take advantage of that. So yeah, if you're watching on the YouTube, consider checking that out. Dustin2 Bravo, thank you so much for the 43-month resub as well. Love the stream. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the 43, mate. Appreciate it. Thanks for resubscribing. If you guys are enjoying the stream in general and you want to support further, obviously consider subbing on Twitch or donating, etc. All of that allows us to run more of these events. And you can check out the Patreon page as well, patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of your pledges will go directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. One of the better ways to support our tournaments. If you want to just support the prize pools of tournaments and nothing else, you can check out the Patreon page. We're at $600 a month on Patreon, which is super awesome, by the way. That's really sick. That's the highest it's been in a while. Like I said, we're going to make sure that continues into more events. We're going to run an event next week because there's a few days free. And then I think we're going to plan something a little bit bigger for November. Maybe a big, like, real big event. So. Alright guys, we're going to jump into this very shortly as we get ready for Protoss vs Zerg Grand Finals. Ghost River going to be our opening map here. And get this ready to go as it's been a good day of the WardiTV Mondays, guys. Amazing to be here. We don't have any bonus stuff or sponsored content or anything at the end of the day, just having a good time with our StarCraft. Like I say, going to be live the next couple of days with some SC2 as well. Hell yeah, exciting stuff. Second map will be Oceanborn, third map Dynasty. We had Post-Youth Golden Aura, Golden Aura, Crimson Court, and Amphion vetoed, so we should have Sight Delta and... what's the other one I'm not thinking? Alcyone left. Perfect. Let's get this ready to go, guys. Shin and MaxPax. Move them into position. If the players are ready, we can pretty much just start this off. Grand final, best of 5, MaxPax versus Shin. No Clem MaxPax finals. I'm actually, like, you know, it's nice to see Clem MaxPax, but I'm also kind of excited that our one of our 2 Zergs in this tournament made it to the finals, which is neat. Also makes for some better YouTube uploads, because, man, I feel like there's going to be a point where I catch up to these events, and it's going to be like, oh, guys, here's 3 MaxPax versus Clem series in a row, and YouTube's going to be like, what? That's so boring, Wardy. Why are you being so boring? Why do you keep uploading the same players? Ugh. So yeah, I'm excited for the finals. It's a bit different. Now, obviously, we're going to have MaxPax Shin tomorrow, but hey, maybe this series is crap and tomorrow's is great, or tomorrow's is crap and today's is great. Then we're going to have a great upload as well. Super exciting. Let's get into this in a couple of moments. Let's head into the top right corner of the map as we have best of 5, of course, in this grand final. The last time these 2 played in a final of a WardiTV Mondays, it was a very aggressive affair that this man came out on top of. Shin in the top right is our red Zerg. Taking on the blue Protoss in the top left corner, we have ourselves MaxPax. Game number 1 of this best of 5. As we kick this off and see what is going to happen. I'm excited. Actually very excited. I think this is a great little series for us to jump on here. Really excited to see how it's going to turn out and how it's all going to go. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to take the hoodie off. Give me a sec. Alrighty, game number 1. EVZ. Beautiful Ghost River to start us off as well. What could you ask for? That's our probe. It's gonna come in and do the probey thing of blocking the hatchery on the natural location, and now just going to nibble at some of those mineral lines and just try to force a few things out of position. It's always nice to try and get done. So just going to put in a little bit of that. Probe coming about. Nexus is on the way up as well, so bringing that through also. Cybercourse dying, Nexus on the way, the assimilator coming up as well, we get that underway. Probe comes about, just going to have ourselves again a couple of queens and lings coming through here to start us off. Stargate on the way up. Link speed coming through. Except it's just going to go shitting about. Probe pulling back the other way. A couple of probes. Stalker and the warp gate all coming online. Link speed coming over. Extra lings coming by. Settling in here for a couple of moments. The ling's going to pull, the probe's going to take some shots, so some damage being done. Oracle on the way through, getting that on the go. Let's get that build and ling speed coming about. A couple queens going to get on the adept. Oracle comes through, just going to get a couple of shots off. Lings are going to get turned around. Stalker chased away also. Again, drones and the spore crawlers still coming about here for the moment. See that Oracle coming through right about now. Getting that underway. And Oracle moving about, getting settled in. Just gonna have ourselves the couple of probes and the Nexus continuing to come about as well. Evolution Chamber and Spore Crawler coming up also here. Quinn is gonna get there to push the Oracle back right now. Again, drones gathering, just going to be seeing a few going down. Twilight and the Forge, the next step from MaxPax. Just playing off of this Oracle play with, what, 3 Oracles obviously roaming the map. Pretty reasonable. Drones continue to come around. Still got the melee upgrade building through then. Twilight Council, Forge, extra gates coming about as well. Our Nexus about to finish. Couple more probes into play. So far, so good. He's going to get there to chase back a little as well. Steps are going to step up in towards the natural. Going to go for a couple of drones here. 3, 4 workers going down. Make it 5, make it 6. Okay, Shin taking a lot of damage here early on. That's the sort of damage you cannot really get away with a lot of the time. MaxPax will absolutely be looking to try and punish that. As yo, Mayhem, thank you so much for this 17-month resub. Coming in on the tier 3 as well. Always got to mention that one. Thank you so much for going above and beyond and supporting the stream, mate. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Max is still cranking out a few more probes. The simulators are going to finish. The Temple Archives and Robotics Facility coming up as well. So we continue to bring that all through. And Blinking the +1 coming by. The Stalker's in production. And we got ourselves the lair now finishing up from Shin in the next few moments. Going to be coming back about very shortly. Just going to be seeing the a couple more probes getting back on track there. Continue to move around, having ourselves the Blinking the +1 coming through. The Storm is coming online. You can see the Ling's getting a little wrap around on the Stalker also. Nice little catch. Stalker's going to be there, chase the Lings away. The Overlord is going to get knocked down also. And Lings will go and grab as Stalker goes down already. The rest of the Ling's going to try and wrap. And the Oracle's activating. A few of the Lings getting picked away at also. +2 melee is on the way up. Spines coming through. Hydra's Overlords. A drone and a Bane Nest coming by as well. Lings pulled back again. Storm about to finish. Charge coming up. Prism on the way through. A couple of batteries coming over. We have got the Baneling Nest, Hydra's, drones, Overseer, +2 melee, and the Groove Spines continue to come about still. Extra gates coming online as well. Still got ourselves the cannon and the battery coming through. And the Lings get across to that left-hand side. So they're going to get set to run onto the left side base. Sling's just going to come straight over here and just going to go jumping. And then the battery going to get jumped on. Like I say, Storm is ready, which means that you can obviously very easily so we can very easily deal with kind of groups of Lings. Bane's coming up as well. I mean, that's going to be a very similar story, quite frankly, as Bane Hydra sets up defensively. MaxPax coming over, looking for a bit of a push. This army, I feel like if it steps on creep, can be a little weak. It's going to find the Zealots on the bottom left-hand side. Does that turn MaxPax around at all? Those Lings might want to come for the flank on this army more than anything. Banes don't have Baneling speed yet, though. That's going to suck a little as 2 of those Banes without speed get taken down immediately. Just the Lings coming back over. A few Lings getting caught in the stasis, +2 attack. High Templars all building. Immortal coming up. The Prism going to get shot up by the Spore Crawling Hydra. Going to get there and just going to take the Zealot down with it. Bane speed is still producing through. Few seconds from that ticking over to being done. Ling Bane production continues. The drones are still on the way. The hatchery coming online as well. MaxPax is in no rush to do anything further. The thing is with Shin's army is that if Shin attacks into MaxPax, Shin dies. If Shin techs up, MaxPax is going to just see further tech himself, which I also think he's kind of okay with. Shin's going to try and attack in now. I say he dies a few moments ago. I'm going to come back and pull myself out on that. That may be a bit of an extreme. It's very likely he dies because I don't think he's going to have a good time attacking into storms when MaxPax is set up defensively. Obviously, fights don't always go the way you think they're going to. This has already been a start, which I think kind of favors what I said, though, that attacking is basically just not super viable on the side of Shin. Storms on some of these Banes would be huge. We are going to get flanked, though. MaxPax kind of ends up getting cornered in from two different angles. Cells on the left side taking the brunt of the damage off those Banes, though, and Shin's supply is just plummeting. He is not going to have enough units in this army or enough tech in this army to really contest with what MaxPax has. The start of this game was a little tough for Shin, and he's not really done anything to start turning the game around from there, unfortunately. As now these Banes are going to set up to roll into that base on the left-hand side. Going to try and move by. A couple Banes going to get jumped on as well. They're going to go down as well. Next is going to get tagged. Fling Hydra just going to jump onto a set of rocks. The Lurker Den coming up. The Hive coming through. A couple of Extractors still on the way. Ling Bane +1 missiles continuing to come about. Ling's still chasing down the rest of those Zealots. Some more damage being done as we move up the ramp here. Going to blink forward, looking for a couple of Hydralisks. Yeah, the Archon, the Lings, and Zealots on the bottom side may get caught a little bit, but do we stop this army with anything that Shin has? I do not think so. Fast forward in time a couple of minutes, and maybe he has some Lurkers, and maybe there's some hope. MaxPax is just not going to give him that amount of time. He knows how that fight on the other side went. He knows the advantage he has. He knows that his opponent... If his opponent was already teching, why would he have attacked in that previous fight? He wouldn't have, right? So I think MaxPax understands the advantage of just going right now, and that's exactly what he is doing. He's got units in the natural already as well as he's winning this fight on the right-hand side. Some of his tech units going down, but with the Zealots in the natural moving across to the third, MaxPax is going to take a comfortable game one. I think it's fair to say that Shin's going to have to try some different things if he wants to win out this series, because in a more standard, comfortable game, this just was not really it. And MaxPax kind of had pretty good control throughout, so not sure anything is really going to come from there. So we're going to head to Oceanborn for map number 2. See if Shin can mix it up and make this series a little bit exciting. It's set to rumble. Thank you again, everyone, for joining us today. I think this is our most viewed WardiTV Monday event so far. So thank you so much. Coming up to 1,500 on the Twitch page. Coming up to... Sorry, we've been above 300 already on the YouTube channel. So thank you so much, guys, for watching today. So good to see you all. Thank you for being here, especially after I was away for a couple days over the weekend. Say a few days of StarCraft. I'm actually away this weekend as well, but then back on that grind fully next week as well, for the majority of days. Look at me going out and doing like real life things and like just doing stuff and going away play. Unbelievable. Does this streamer really deserve your Twitch Prime? Going out and doing things. Aye, aye, aye. Nice shirt. Ditto singing karaoke. I believe it's actually Ditto's with a boombox. Oh. It's very cool, right? Pokemon are stepping up their apparel game, I'm not gonna lie. They keep releasing very cool clothes. Yo, Premiere, thank you so much for the 17-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you for continuing to support WardiTV and the tournaments and all the rest of it. Your subscription, thank you so much. Let's go into Oceanborn, guys. As we have got game number 2 of this best of 5 grand final. In the bottom right corner of the map, we have got the red Zerg player. This is Shin. Taking on the blue Protoss in the top left corner of the map, we have got ourselves MaxPax. Close the last Gamba. See? This is what happens. You ask to Gamba, and then what do? You don't come back after the game, and it just sits there for ages. Yeah. No, just asking to gamble when it suits you. That's what I mean. You guys can't want it that badly, otherwise you remind me between games. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Drone across the map. It's really moving around to go and, yeah, basically loop back into the natural and put the hatchery on location. So, we got the hatch on the natural. Shin just moving about this. The probe does not see the drone, and the probe just assumes that that drone went to the third base. Instead, we get it down there a little bit later. Have ourselves the hatch gas and pool coming up then from Shin. And will MaxPax display a Stargate again? I mean, it went so well from last game. You almost want to say yes, but then of course it's never a bad thing to mix up your playstyles as Protoss. You know, do a couple of different things is almost always going to be somewhat beneficial, right? So I would not hate it if we went into, you know, not hate it if we went into our Twilight Council, for example, mix up some waves. Make it difficult for Shin to kind of figure out what's going on each and every game, right? Don't make it obvious for the Zerg player, is the TLDR on that one. Cybercore finishing, Nexus coming through, the Adept and the Probe coming about, Queens and Lings coming across, the drone's going to nibble up on the mineral patches. Still got that Ling speed, still got the Queens. Continuing to produce for now. Overlord. Setting up, the Adept's going to continue through. Again, Link speed coming up, the Queen and the drones will continue to come about as well. Adept just continues down to that bottom right hand side. Link speed about halfway done, finishing shortly. We're just seeing the Adept continue by. The couple of Queen shots coming about also for the moment. And yeah, again, Oracle, Warp Gate both on the way up. A couple probes continue through as well. And a lot of that underway, and Link speed is about to finish as and the Queen is going to continue to fire. The Link's going to come back across, hitting that Adept once again. Link speed finishing up now. And Oracle about to be done. Warp Gate coming through. Gateway, Oracle still building. Link speed about to finish. Lings and the Queen on the production tab. And our Zerglings are going to get back towards the upper left-hand side. So where they go is the Stalker, and the Oracle will go after the Overlord. Again, just going to have ourselves the Oracle activating to try and protect the Stalker, and Oracle will be able to protect the Stalker decently, right? Like, yes, the Stalker will go down, but it's a lot of Lings that die. The Oracle picks up a lot of kills during this, so I mean, that's the question. 10 kills, 10 Lings for the Stalker, is that worth it? 250 minerals, Stalker's 175 plus some gas. It probably is worth it, just... yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of a whatever trade. I mean, Shin's kind of down on drones, so it's maybe the bigger thing. Maybe having our Oracle continue to come about here. Just going to get back in toward the main base. Come straight through, activate, gets rid of a drone immediately. Oracles come back over. Twilight Council Forge, couple probes will come continuing through, melee upgrade. And the Lings continue to go about. Just going to see the Adepts and the Oracle going to get there. Oracle's activating again. 3 drones going down. Very nearly getting another. Not quite, though. The Oracle and the Adepts continue to head down to the bottom. Ling's going to run in. He's going to get a little wraparound on the Adepts as well. Queen's going to shoot back. The Oracle taking some damage. All these Adepts taking hits. Adepts get back over here. 7 drones going down. I mean, again, just MaxPax able to find damage early. This is pretty true just all the time of what happens in kind of the MaxPax games. He's able to get in. He's able to get some good damage done. But sometimes Shin finds ways out of this, which is why I'm kind of continuing to have hope. Oracle going to zap down a few more Zerglings as well. Ling +1. coming around the Temple Archives robot facility, continuing up. Also, additional gates all continuing to fall into place. There's a couple Stalkers going to be there to push a couple of Lings back the other way. Let's get back down into the bottom side. Wow! I was going to say, let's we'll follow that as the Oracles were there. Nothing too exciting. I mean, there's a Spire coming up, so there's a bit of a mix-up from Shin. If we can get into Mutalisk successfully, that's one way in which he's had a lot of success in this matchup as of late, so maybe something to look at there. Storm starts from MaxPax. Obviously, that's something which will help a lot against the Ling style, but I mean, it's good against Mutas too. Queen's in great position to try and deflect the Oracles from scouting, so making sure that this Spire does not get seen. Great job so far by Shin. The more of a surprise that Spire is, the better off you're going to be in terms of getting some damage done. So that's big steps in the correct direction. The Oracle's still getting into the middle. Again, Storm and the +1 attack coming through. The Nexus coming by. Stalkers, Oracles all gathering together. Then Cannon and Battery coming up as well. As we have a couple of pylons and cannons continuing to come on through. The Stalkers still setting up in the middle of the map. Oracle's activating, chasing a few Lings around. Stalkers trying to get in position. Overlord getting turned around as well. +1 missiles, the Roach speed coming through, the 9 additional Mutalisks all being brought out as well. So all of that continues into play. Storm, charge, Nexus, gates. Continuing to come about right now. The cannon continuing to come through as well. It's going to be seeing the +1 flyer attack, as previously mentioned, on the Spire there. It's going to continue to bring that through as well. Stalkers get back to the middle. A couple of meters coming through. The 11 drones are going to finish. +1 missile attack about to be done. Again, the Prism is halfway done here. The Prism with potential to obviously do so much. However, here come the Mutalisks, and the Fist Cannon in this mineral line is not ready. So, Mutas show up. A little bit of a surprise factor, like I said, and Cannon's not being ready. The Mutas get to start dealing damage. Not a huge amount of Mutas. It's going to be Mutas into the Ling Roach and then the Hydra infestation bit behind it. So we're looking for the transition here as Shin and looking for these Mutas to hold up a little bit, but never looking to just keep on massing Mutalisks non-stop, which is a possibility, right? That is always a possibility of, you just come out with the Mutalisks and you fly about overhead, hitting mineral lines and all the rest of it. And then you just keep on building Mutas and you keep on making the game very chaotic. This is going to be a turnaround in the other direction. Stalkers. Zealots continue to move about. A couple of Mutas going to get jumped on again, so Stalker's going to get underneath, the Mutas get turned away. Again, Hydra's in the Hive coming through. The Lurker Den is about to finish up here, +2 missiles and the +1 flyer attack upgrade. Continuing to come about, our Musco Augments is on the way in, and 6 Lurkers are continuing to produce through on the side of Shin. So we get a lot of those Lurkers being brought up. Hive is about to complete again. All those Lurkers coming on the line. 3 Spine Crawlers coming into play as well. All comes on Stalkers continue to push up. We're going to see the Lurkers firing away. A couple of Stargates and all the rest coming about. Those Zealots going down also. Obviously the Zealots doing a good job of trying to hold out on the left side, but we'll get a cancel on the Nexus at least, so some advantage there. We actually ended up building Phoenix. Phoenix in this scenario is super interesting because it wasn't like Mass Mutalisk where you maybe typically need Phoenix. But what the Phoenix can also do is it can also help against the Lurkers. If you can lift up a few of the Lurkers with the Phoenix, it unburrows them even if they get dropped down again kind of straight away after. So it just forces the Lurkers to unburrow, and that can be the difference of you successfully pushing in or not. Storm comes down, the Roach Hydra getting chased about, another Storm coming down, Hydra's getting caught again. Roach Ling trying to push forward there. The Lurker's going to be in a good position once more. Holding back for now. Another storm comes onwards there. Just going to get a little bit more done. I see the rest of the Hydra's coming back the other direction. Single lurkers continue to fire it up. More damage being dealt here. We've seen that Ling Hydra lurker coming around. Storm's coming about all over the place. Just going to be seeing the Hydra Ling on their own. Not going to be able to withstand that. Lurker's going to get there again. Battery going down. Just going to be seeing a little recall coming through to try and protect this top base. It's just the Lurkers here, so MaxPax might be able to jump on these and clean them up effectively. Lurkers on burrow run away. We only lost a couple so far. We pull back again. Hydra Link still coming through. Additional Lurkers building. Shin going to step up into the center. Obviously, the temp is such a huge deal against the Lurkers as well. As these few are going to get caught, MaxPax will clean them up quickly. At least they burrowed and got something out of this. Love the Nidus in the main. That could be very effective. MaxPax has a little bit of supply to warp in with, but I don't think he's realized it, so he's not going to have anything there. So that Nidus, if we have units inside of this, this could be huge. There's nothing inside of it. Just some units get inside. It looks as though, yes, we will unload some Lurkers into the main base. Carriers cancel from the Stargates. Frees up the supply to start morphing in Zealots. The Lurkers took a while to burrow. Not sure it really matters. As you can see, those Zealots are going to get cleaned up. 14 drones getting cleaned up at the same time by Zealots across the map, but the production is in trouble. MaxPax is having to pull back to his main base. That's never a pretty circumstance. However, the Tempest can fight from afar, and that's still going to be your answer here. Tempest from afar to play cleanup. However, until that is cleaned up, these units are going to continue to shut down production. Probes going down as well. Yes, the Zealots on the other side were successful. Remember, the Nidus is still an escape route here for these units as the Hydra will step forward, force the Tempest back at least a little bit. We should, at the very least here, I imagine, look to knock these Stargates down before we leave this base. I would imagine that's got to be seen as one of the few ways to absolutely make the most of this Nidus network. Look, just as kind of like a guarantee. You're going to step forward here. The Hydra's trying to get a Tempest. We're going to get one. Again, that doesn't come freely. That was still a lot of units going down in the meanwhile. Or in the meantime. Use my Rammer. As the Hydra step forward again. Another Tempest actually in some trouble here. Low HP one goes down. Another one goes down. The Hydra's reaching. And they do get themselves some Tempests. Again, the ground army can't come up this ramp easily. Two of the Stargates dead. New Stargates and a new fleet beacon in production now from MaxPax. As Shin, I mean, MaxPax has a ton of money, but he can't spend it all because he's actually missing the structures to build units with, whereas Shin is kind of out of money and is struggling to max back out. There goes the Nidus as the main base position is given up by Shin. What an attack that was. Nexus, tons of infrastructure going down as well. Shin needs money, man. Losing those drones to that Zell counterattack at the start of this Nidus play, really costly, because I feel like that's the difference of them having money ready to go and maxing out already. I was just stepping down, battery pylon going down, a couple cannons getting grabbed. Gonna blink forward, just gonna be seeing the Nidus going down. A little recall coming back. It's just gonna be bringing that unit. Oh, aggressive recall is a mothership recall. So we get across the map and onto one of the mining bases of Shin. Well, that ain't good for Shin. His economy was already obviously in problems. Just gonna see that hatch going down. Corruptor, Hydra, Lurker coming through, plus 3 missiles coming about as well. The Tempest continue to put in some work. Our Hydras and Lurkers step forward. Viper's going to abduct in a Tempest and an Immortal. One Immortal goes down. We try and step forward again. The cloaking is available. Protecting a lot of units. The Lurkers just aren't firing during this. And Shin says GG as MaxPax wrestles his way to a comfortable 2-0 lead in this series now. And is one map away from finally winning one of these WardiTV Monday events. Got denied by Shin the first time. Being denied 3 times in a row now by Clem. You know what they say? If at the first 4 times you don't win WardiTV Mondays, surely the 5th time is your time. And so far it does seem that way from MaxPax, unless we see something crazy coming in from Shin to start turning this around, because couple of different games have gone MaxPacks' way now. I wouldn't say this was like an impossible scenario for Shin either. I feel like there was some openings there that were pretty good for him. Just needed to protect his drones a little bit better as well. Yo, McAfee, thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for priming us up today. If you guys are enjoying the stream, do consider supporting, subscribing, and all the rest to allow us to run more StarCraft 2 tournaments for you guys across the course of this week, next month, and the rest of the year. Especially in this period of downtime in StarCraft 2, where we're just trying to fill up the calendar with as much SC2 action as possible. MaxPax is ready. Shin is ready. Shin is still fun to watch. I agree, actually. Shin's really grown on me as a player over the last... Like, I always go through phases of loving Shin. Sometimes, like, yeah. But the last few weeks, especially, I've actually really enjoyed watching Shin play. I feel like it's because he's seen a little bit more success with what he does more frequently. Kind of helps that, but... Yeah. Very exciting. Whoa! Idle SCV, I just saw the chat spamming upwards. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs going out of Flame of the West 12. One old man in chat, Cyber Hoan. 10, by the way, 3. ALSRBAJWLD, JSJD65, A Human Cubes, Soul SC1, Limex17, and RC Duds. Idle SCV on the 10 gifted sub bomb to kick us into Game 3 of this grand final. Thank you so much, Idle SCV, for the generosity, spreading the joy of some WardiTV subs. Thank you so much. Top right, our red Zerg. This is going to be Shin. Down 0-2. And needing to fight back if this final is to go on at least one more game. And the bottom left, looking to get his first WardiTV Mondays victory. Our blue Protoss player is MaxPax. Game 3 of this best of 5. Alright, drone coming up, hatch gas coming in, and get this settled. Probably gonna come. Moving about here for a couple of moments. Probe jumps up. Hatching the spawn pool coming in. Drone coming about. Let's get ourselves settled here for a moment or two. Ready to rumble. Interested to see how this continues as our drone's going to get there. Pick off the probe. Probably will go down. As the Adept is just going to Chrono Boost out of the gateways, just going to get that set up. Again, Overlord continue to move across, the link speed coming in, a couple of Queens coming through, the Stargate is going to be there. Our Nexus is about to finish. And yeah, Warp Gate coming up, Stargate still building. Getting settled in as a few probes transfer down to the gold. MaxPax just taking that gold immediately. Shin not going to do anything with this gold base. No Rich Vespi inside of the gold or anything at all. Maybe just afraid of what MaxPax might do to him if he kind of goes in that direction. It's just going to play fairly standard here, and then I wonder if he does anything kind of at some point aggressively to take advantage of the fact that MaxPax has actually put himself in position to, you know, basically show up and say, hey, you know what? I want to kind of, you know, maybe take this gold base. Do you just let that happen as Shin? I mean, a Void Ray comes out defensively from MaxPax. A lot of the time I talk about this, yes, it is still going to be able to deny scouting and deny information gathering, etc. But it's also going to defend the gold if roaches popped out, right? Step's going to come around. A couple of drones going to get jumped on. Let's go down. Just going to see the Overlord getting grabbed. A few drones gathering up as well. So, again, MaxPax the first to draw blood here. Getting a few workers killed. And able to already start setting a little bit of the, kind of setting the kind of the tone of things a little bit. Twilight Council Nexus coming about again, a couple drones and the Queens all continuing as well. Spell Crawler about to finish from Shin. The Void Ray going to activate and pick off a droney there, so one drone goes down. A couple Queens come across to hit the Void Ray. Again, Twilight Council, additional gates, Nexus coming through. Again, chased back over. Again, a few lings. The Queen coming up. The Blink is continuing by as well. All of that continues into play so far. We keep that going. Just gonna get the Overlord. Two gates coming in. Forge coming about. The Lings coming about. Just going to be seeing the Lings actually going to get a wraparound on that Stalker. That's going to go down. The Oracle activate, and a few of those Lings still getting picked away at. Queen's is going to be there. Void Ray going to get pushed around. Flares getting going again. A few more drones coming about. A couple Lings on the way. Evolution Chamber coming through. This one on Blink continuing over. This one missiles. Overlord's on the way. Lag coming up. Blink and that +1 continuing through as well. Just going to see the Void Ray up from the top. Gates continue to come in. +1 attack coming in as well. Just going to see those things pushed back by the Adept. Forward gateway for MaxPax. He just wants to keep on bringing the pressure. Stalkers and the Oracle stepping up. Ling, Roach, Queen going to be there to push the Stalkers back a little as well. +1 attack charge continuing through. Additional Stalkers coming over. Another Ling getting picked away. Just going to be seeing the Roach Queen continuing to come back through again. Roach speed +1 missiles, and again the Hydra upgrade is just not there yet, so a lot of stuff missing from Shin to make this defense a little bit more comfortable. MaxPax doing this with that gold-based boosted free-base economy. As the Stalkers continue to blink backwards. And Roach Queen Hydra is going to be coming back through. Stalker's going to fire it up, charge on the way about as well. Stalker's just going to keep on rolling backwards there. The Ling Roach Hydra continues through. The Queens are going to be there as well. Roach is coming back the other side. Again, +1 missiles and Roach speed about to complete. Couple more Stalkers finishing also. Nexus on the way through as we just take a fourth behind this. And MaxPax already looking good supply-wise. Kind of just looking good across the board right now as our Stalkers keep on pinging away currently. One Queen goes down, a couple of Roaches and Hydras still taking some big hits, damage being done. Stalker's just going to get there. Roach Hydras continue to come on through. That's just going to be GG's. MaxPax just plays a dominating series. Absolutely dominating series. 3-0, and he is a well-deserved winner of the WardiTV Mondays here today. Definitely revenge for that weekly number 2, where obviously he ended up losing to Shin in a 5-game matchup. Interesting to see what Shin comes with tomorrow, because we're going to see a Shin MaxPax rematch tomorrow in the WardiTV October playoffs. That's also a best of 5, so it'll be very interesting to see what, like I say, Shin kind of comes in with, having played a best of 5 against MaxPax today, to see if that looks very different tomorrow or so. Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how that all works out. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. That was your WardiTV Mondays number 7. We are guaranteed WardiTV Mondays number 8. I do have to check in with people about WardiTV Mondays 9 onwards to see if we can keep the prize money up and so on. Again, shout out to Loco, Winter, and OSC are helping us to provide the prize pool for this weekly event at $400 per week. If you guys have enjoyed the games and you guys want to continue to support tournaments such as this one or the WardiTV October event we have tomorrow, for example, do consider supporting. There's so many ways you can do it. Stick around and watch the ads. You can follow the channel. You can like the YouTube videos. You can subscribe to YouTube for free. You can go into some of the paid stuff or subscribe for free on Twitch with Prime. Check your Prime subs are available. You can obviously gift subs, subscribe regularly, donate, cheer, super chat, etc. All of it helps. Check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of what you pledge on Patreon goes into WardiTV tournament prize pools. So if you pledge $5, even if we have some transaction fees, we will cover the transaction fees and guarantee that that $5 goes into a tournament prize pool. So it's a great way to check out just purely supporting the tournaments and the prize pools. So that's patreon.com/WardiTV as well, if you would like to check that out too. Anything else to tell you guys? Anything else to say? Not really. I think that was a good little sellout at the end, a good summary of everything. Thank you for the viewership today. We had like 1,800, 1,900 viewers peaking across all channels. Like YouTube peaked at like 340 today, which is kind of crazy during Clem versus Shin. Yeah, been kind of a wild day. Like I say, we're back tomorrow. We're back tomorrow as well with more WardiTV action. Are we doing the big Leo League Cup for November? Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. I kind of like the format of that, though. I really enjoyed it just being like a 16-player event. I'm kind of tempted to run something like that next week, like just 16 players. And just kind of have like a double elim bracket. It just seems kind of... I really enjoyed doing that earlier this month. I thought that was just a really fun format. So yeah, sub goal exceeded. Yeah, we actually had a big sub day a couple weeks ago. But I'm not moving the sub goal up on here because we're gonna drop down again. So honestly, 1,000 is amazing. If we can even just aim to stick around 1,000, would be incredible. So I'm just gonna leave it there. So like I say, we're gonna drop some from gifted subs at some point. So yeah, I am gonna run a set of ads on the outro, guys. Obviously helps support the channel and everything if you sit and watch them. We will raid or host somebody. Sometimes there's not been people necessarily streaming StarCraft stuff, but if that's not the case, I'll host one of our StarCraft buddies playing something else. Looks like Hero Marine is live at the very least, though. And he's going to be live for a while. Perfect. So we'll probably raid you guys on over to Hero Marine and send you guys that way. Kalara Steadfast Roddy Cup starts up in like 35 minutes as well, guys, so absolutely check out that. That's another $400 cup that a bunch of people from today will probably be playing in as well, so you guys can go check that out as well. And there's just loads going on Mondays. Mondays is actually a very busy StarCraft day again. I do feel like maybe some of us should have said, hey, look, let's keep weekly events going, but maybe let's not put them all back to back to back on the same day, which was definitely one of the bigger faults of the ESL Open Cups. I'm like, but my event's already called the Monday Cup. I understand that everyone's kind of wanted to kind of still stream the time they used to streaming that, but it's a little funny that we have just a day where apparently every single Open Cup exists on now. Does it count even when Twitch don't serve ads in a region? No, you can close the stream early. You are officially allowed to close the stream early, okay? Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time for more StarCraft 2 action. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll send you guys to Hero Marine in about 3 minutes when the ads are done on Twitch, on YouTube. The stream will just go offline, but thank you so much for watching and supporting on YouTube as well. Hit that sub button. I'll see you guys later. You guys have a great day. See you guys tomorrow for the WardiTV October event. Gumiho versus Oliveira. MaxPax versus Shin. Clem versus Rogue. And Showtime versus Spirit. Best of 5 playoffs. See you guys tomorrow.